In this video, we see a wholesome moment where the mayor of Massaua is handing out food to the community. However, a dark shadow was lurking in the crowd.
La inauguración del árbol navideño se queda en la música hasta que el cuerpo aguante.
Look closely at the red arrow. A man tries to shoot the mayor, but the firearm jammed at the last second. It is a miracle he survived that day, but the story ends in tragedy. Just a few days later, the mayor was indeed assassinated. The Grand Canyon stands as a massive, breathtaking landmark in the heart of Arizona. Every year, millions of travelers arrive to soak in the views and take photos. However, the search for a perfect social media post often leads people to make reckless choices.
That's why everybody's sitting over there. They don't want to take a picture.
And then you fall and then somebody gets hurt. That's why you don't go down there. That's why there's no trail down there. Oh my god.
Where's he at?
They fell down
and fell off cliff.
In this 2020 footage, we learn about a 59-year-old woman who was exploring the rim. She moved toward the ledge to snap a picture, but she lost her footing and tumbled hundreds of feet down the rocky cliffs. I feel terrible that a family trip ended in such a gruesome tragedy. After seeing that, I looked for more footage and found this video of a man balancing on a thin piece of rock over the abyss. He is risking his entire life just for a dramatic pose.
He should come back. Is there anybody that looks here?
Oh, do not have to get out though. I'm good. Okay. I have to get back up though. That's the issue. Climbing that rock.
Just going back, man.
Just come back.
Oh yeah, I'll come back sometime. Oh, this is fucking beautiful.
It is, but...
Hey, no native cries, girl.
Oh shit, is he okay? Wait. Dude.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh shit, man.
No,
Don't
look, don't look.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we told him to come back up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We need to call. You have your phone. Get your phone.
Helicopter is out. Here.
Give me a call. Oh my gosh.
Dumbass.
Oh my god, we. Baby girl.
Just move back here.
Oh my gosh.
Is this ever happened before?
He's not moving, huh? He's not moving. Hello? Hello?
I don't know.
Suddenly, his shoes lose their grip and he slides toward a second, much steeper drop. For a horrifying moment, it looks like he is going to vanish forever. Miraculously, he stopped his momentum. He lay there in the dirt, covered in ash and looking barely human. People watching from the nearby observation deck were convinced he was dead and called for a medical helicopter. That fast response likely kept him alive. Reports say he walked away with only minor bruising. Nature is a beautiful thing, but it has no mercy for human error. One small mistake is all it takes for the earth to claim you. This is why I never like standing anywhere near a ledge. Even if there is a fence, it is baffling that people gamble with their lives for a digital image. You have to ask yourself if that one shot is really worth a closed casket. Obviously, the answer is no. I feel for the rescuers who have to risk their own lives to save people who ignore the rules. In this video, a heavy trolley bus pole suddenly flew off its line and smashed into a car. It did not just crack the glass, it broke through the windshield entirely. It somehow missed the driver by inches. I'm so glad that person escaped without being struck or wounded. This incident started on October 28, 2019 on the frozen slopes of Mount Fuji. A live broadcast recorded the final moments of a man who would never make it back down. The person filming was Tetsu Shohara. He was 47 and had spent a long time sharing his life with people on the internet. His videos were usually simple, but he eventually became obsessed with high-altitude climbing. He had reached the top of Mount Fuji many times during the summer when the trails were open. In local legends, Mount Fuji is a spiritual place protected by a guardian named Sakya. Many people believe the mountain itself can warn climbers to stay away. During the winter, the mountain becomes a death trap. The trails are closed, the ground turns to slick ice, and the wind can blow a person right off the ridge. Only professional climbers with heavy gear are allowed to be there. In October 2019, a person in his chat mentioned wanting to see the snow on the peak. Tetsu didn't seem to have a plan, but a few weeks later he showed up at the mountain. He ignored every warning sign that said the Yoshida Trail was closed. His gear was a disaster. He was wearing light clothes that couldn't stop the cold. He had no helmet, no ice axe, and no spikes for his boots. He didn't even have a flashlight or extra food. All he had was a bottle of tea and his phone on a stick. As he climbed into the clouds, the snow got deeper. He admitted on camera that his hands were freezing and that he was ill-prepared, but he wouldn't turn back. By the afternoon, he was high up on the slippery slopes where the sun was starting to fade. The ground was like glass and the wind was picking up speed. Without an ice axe to dig into the ground, a single slip would be fatal. Despite the danger, he kept moving higher. During the stream, a very strange noise was picked up by the microphone. Under the sound of the howling wind, a faint whispering voice seemed to speak. People who watched the video later say it sounded like the word "anade," which is a warning to not come. I feel a deep sense of unease when I hear that part of the audio. Was it a spirit or just the wind? A few moments later, Tetsu lost his footing. He began to slide at a terrifying speed. The camera fell and the stream cut to black. Because he had no way to stop himself, he slid over 700 meters down the mountain. People watching the stream live called for help, but the weather was too bad for a rescue team to go up. 2 days later, they found his body far below. It took 2 weeks to officially identify him. The video of his fall led to many arguments online about safety. The facts are simple. He ignored the closures, the weather, and his own lack of gear. What was supposed to be a fun challenge ended in a horrific death. Mount Fuji is a beautiful place, but it has no heart for those who don't respect it. This is why I never like the idea of ignoring expert warnings just for a bit of online attention. Nature is more powerful than any live stream. I feel terrible for the youngsters who might have stumbled across that video while it was happening live. It is a somber reminder to always respect the power of the mountain. Stay far back from the edge of canyons, even if there are no warning signs. Always wear a safety harness when performing any task at a high altitude. Check with local rangers about trail conditions before you start a hike. Never attempt to climb a mountain in winter without professional ice gear. Ensure every youngster understands that warning signs are there to save lives. Imagine this, you're at home at night and things are calm and peaceful. It's your home, so it should feel cozy and safe. Now imagine that peace getting shattered in an instant. That is what happened to some residents of Merritt Island, Florida. A man named Charles Reed Knight III decided to attack multiple houses using an axe and a pitchfork in the middle of the night. It is a terrifying thought. The residents thought their ordeal had ended, but it might be starting again because reports suggest he may get out on bond. This is why I never like the idea of living without a security system. It's very concerning for the families involved. This footage was captured by a helmet camera during a skydiving trip in Russia. In this video, you see a man jump from an airplane, but things go wrong at a high altitude. He collided with another skydiver and lost consciousness at roughly 11,400 feet. He was falling toward the earth while completely blacked out. cannot imagine the terror of that situation, though he likely didn't feel the descent. Thankfully, he had an insurance device that sensed the speed. It automatically deployed his parachute at 900 feet. That small machine is the only reason he's still alive today. It was a very close call. There is something hauntingly beautiful about a thin wire stretched across the sky. There is no safety net below and absolutely zero room for error. It is just a man against the wind with nothing but empty air under his boots. For most of us, this is a total nightmare, but for some, it is their only passion.
一阵惊呼，因为刚才来了一阵风在抖。
没关系，
这个钢丝那么弯，没问题吗，团长？
完全没问题。
没问题吗？
他现在向上走，好一点。
哦，
因为他走到
我们可以看到平衡腕，你300梯
哦，
天哪，300梯！天哪，300梯！这一幕我们真的没有料到，但是的确
说明这个难度大。
加油，300梯！李团长
啊，
，300梯啊！
他想骑上那个钢丝。
现在的确，因为眼看着快抵达，太可惜了，即将挑战成功。
In this video, a man in China is saved only because his safety tether held firm during a slip. Without that cord, he would be gone. Yet some performers want even more danger. They choose to walk across these wires while wearing blindfolds or moving in reverse at massive heights.
刚才在事前，我们跟各位介绍呢，埃斯卡尔的今天的这个是在无保护状态的。那么大家看得到，它上面是有这个保，只能在它掉下钢丝的那一瞬间抓住钢丝才能够起来。好，现在呢，蒙眼盗走钢丝极限挑战的直播。那么我们这场直播活动呢是有
看到他已经非常的晃动，他又坐下来调整。
到目前为止已经休息了有3到4次，3、4次的时间了。对于我们常人真的是无法想象，我们无法想象。但埃斯卡尔到目前为止，他到目前为止他仍然做到。好，他继续启程。
挑战活动当中可以观察出来。
喂，哎，哎。
In China, an acrobat tried to cross a 700-meter span while walking backwards and unable to see. He slipped and fell. For a second, the crowd went silent. Somehow, he survived the drop with only basic scrapes. He was incredibly lucky to walk away from that. This security camera footage comes from an auto parts store on Branko Radic Street in Serbia. In this video, the workers are just relaxing behind the counter because the shop is empty. I know it's a parts store, but this is definitely not a drive-thru. It is baffling how often we see people lose control and drive straight into buildings. I feel for those workers who were almost struck while just trying to have a quiet shift. It's a chaotic scene that happened in a quick flash. In this video from a Houston gas station on Christmas morning 2025, we see a father's life fall apart in a few quick seconds. Jonathan Ross Maida and his wife received frantic calls from their 19-year-old daughter. She claimed her boyfriend had assaulted her and she needed help. The parents believed their young one was being held against her will and was in serious danger. They drove out in a state of pure panic to find her as fast as possible. Initially, they waited at a Shell gas station on Bel Air Boulevard where they thought she would be dropped off. A gray Honda Pilot pulled into the station with a woman inside. In their state of fear, the parents convinced themselves this was the car holding their daughter. Maida's wife ran toward the Honda and tried to pull open the door while shouting. I feel terrible for the driver of that car because he was just a stranger caught in someone else's nightmare. This is why I always try to take a deep breath and verify the facts before acting on high emotions. Inside the Honda was 25-year-old Desmond Butler, who had only stopped for gas with a friend. He had no connection to the family and began to pull away. Jonathan Maida stepped out of his SUV and fired 2 times at the fleeing vehicle. Desmond Butler was struck in the back of the head. The Honda lost control and crashed into a pole nearby. When the parents ran to the wreck and looked inside, they realized their daughter was not there. The man inside was a complete stranger who was now dying because of a terrible mistake. Surveillance footage captured Maida saying they were looking for their kidnapped daughter before he left the scene without calling for help. Desmond Butler was pronounced dead at the hospital. 3 weeks later, Maida turned himself in and was charged with murder. Investigators later confirmed there was no kidnapping and their young one was safe elsewhere. It is a somber reminder that acting on fear without certainty can lead to irreversible loss. Even in states with strong self-defense laws, shooting at a vehicle that is driving away is almost impossible to justify. A quick decision made in anger or panic can end a life and destroy a family forever. How do we balance the urge to protect a young one with the responsibility to stay within the law? Every youngster deserves to be safe, but that safety shouldn't come at the cost of an innocent life. Home and family safety tips. Always try to get a specific location or a photo of a young one calls saying they are in trouble. Use a phone tracking app so you can see exactly where your youngster is located in a quick moment. If you suspect a kidnapping, call 911 immediately rather than trying to handle it yourself. The moment a rocket-propelled grenade or RPG was thrown in an attempt to kill a mayor in the Philippines on January 25th is captured in wild CCTV footage. In another video, Mayor Ahmad Ampatuan's black SUV was seen getting hit. Fortunately, the vehicle managed to escape. The mayor was unharmed, but 2 of his security personnel were hurt, according to the local authorities. In this video from September 17, 2020, we see the tragic turning point in the life of 19-year-old Angel Lin. Angel was a high-spirited youngster from Loughborough with dreams of becoming a forensic scientist. She was in a relationship with Che Boskill, which had gradually shifted into a nightmare of coercive control. Boskill had begun to monitor her phone, restrict her contact with friends, and demand money. Initially, Angel tried to walk away from the relationship after a heated argument. However, as she attempted to leave, Boskill grabbed her in broad daylight on a public street. In this video, you can see him use a quick motion to force her into a van driven by his friend, Rocco Sansom. Angel is clearly distressed and struggling as she is pushed inside. I feel terrible for Angel because no young one should ever be trapped in such a terrifying and controlling environment. This is why I always tell my friends to look out for the subtle signs of isolation in any relationship. The van sped off along the A6 at nearly 60 miles per hour. Moments later, Angel fell from the moving vehicle and struck the road headfirst. The impact was catastrophic, causing severe brain injuries. While it remains unclear if she was pushed or trying to escape a kidnapping, the results were life-altering. Angel remained in a coma for weeks, and when she woke up, she was unable to walk, talk, or eat on her own. It is a somber reminder of how quickly casually dating can turn into a deadly situation. Over 3 years, Angel has made meaningful progress, including standing with support and speaking her first word, Mom.
Felt like someone had ripped my heart out. When you hear the phrase heartbroken, that's when I thought that's just not a phrase. I was absolutely heartbroken. It actually aches. Your heart it's horrible.
Boskill was found guilty of kidnapping and coercive control, and his sentence was eventually increased to 12 years on appeal. Sansom was also convicted and received 21 months in prison. Every youngster deserves to live a life free from fear and domestic abuse. What can we do as a community to better spot the warning signs of coercive control? It is a heartbreaking story, but Angel's slow recovery is a testament to her incredible strength. I hope her progress continues, so she can one day find a sense of peace after such a violent ordeal. In this video, you can see a truly vile scene that unfolded on a Sunday night at Bogota's El Dorado International Airport in Colombia. The footage captures a man named Hector Santa Cruz as he walks up to a woman named Claudia Segura. While he was away, Segura had apparently taken a seat next to the wife of Santa Cruz. Initially, the terminal looks like any other busy travel hub, but things turn dark in a quick moment when Santa Cruz demands that Segura give up the seat. He becomes irate when she refuses to move. I feel terrible for Claudia because no one should be physically attacked for simply sitting in a chair. This is why I always try to stay very aware of the tempers of people around me in crowded places. Santa Cruz is seen leaning over the woman and using a swift motion to slap her directly in the face. After she is struck, a massive brawl breaks out in the middle of the terminal. Bystanders immediately rush to her defense to stop the aggressive man. It is shocking to see such violence in a place where people are just trying to get home. The tension in the room is high as security tries to gain control of the situation. If a youngster had been nearby, they could have easily been wounded in the chaos of the fighting. It is a somber reminder that some people have no regard for the safety of any young one who might be watching. What would you do if you saw a woman being attacked like this in public? It is inspiring to see people stand up for a stranger, but the entire situation is incredibly dark. I hope that Hector Santa Cruz faced serious consequences for his actions that night. This shocking event took place at the MGM Lion Habitat in Las Vegas. In this video, you can see visitors gathering around the thick glass, hoping to get a close look at these powerful predators. The lions usually look calm and peaceful as they lounge in their artificial home. However, the crowd was about to witness something terrifying that nobody expected. In just a few seconds, the entire mood of the room shifts into pure panic. A professional handler is inside the enclosure, performing a routine he has likely done many times before, but this time the apex predator's instincts take over. Without any warning, one of the lions lunges forward and locks its massive jaws onto the handler's leg. You can hear the panicked screams of the youngsters and adults behind the glass as they watch the struggle. Other staff members have to rush in at a quick pace to help. Fortunately, the man managed to escape the grip, reportedly leaving with only minor wounds that required stitches. I feel terrible for the people who had to watch this, especially the youngsters who were just looking for a fun day out. This is why I never like the idea of being in the same room as a creature that can overpower me in a heartbeat. It is a somber reminder that you can never truly tame a wild animal. They are exactly that, wild. It makes me wonder if these majestic creatures should be kept in cages for our entertainment at all. Here are some safety tips. Never tap on the glass or try to get the attention of a predator in an enclosure. If you're at a zoo, ensure every youngster stays behind the safety barriers at all times. Respect the space of wild animals and never attempt to feed them or touch them. If you see an animal acting aggressively, move away with a swift motion and alert staff. Teach every young one that even tame animals can have unpredictable natural instincts. Always follow the instructions of zoo handlers and stay in designated viewing areas. In this video from November 30th, 2025 in Brazil, a celebration turns into a disaster.
Deu bosta! Deu bosta! Deu bosta!
a fireworks display malfunction, causing injuries to several people in the crowd. The weirdest part is that the local military firefighters were reportedly dressed up as Santa Claus for the event. Because of their heavy costumes, they could not move with a swift pace to help the victims immediately. I don't even know what to say about that choice. It is a somber reminder that safety should always come before a holiday costume. I hope those youngsters are okay. In this video from the New Jersey State Police, we see an officer conducting a routine traffic stop on the 13th of April 2023. Roadside procedures are being followed and everything seems perfectly normal. However, an ordinary day was turned on its head when a Ford traveling eastbound suddenly collided with a marked police vehicle. This triggered a terrifying multi-vehicle crash that also involved the person who was originally stopped.
Are you okay? We got an overturned vehicle. I'm gonna need another troop.
Both officers were struck and injured, but thankfully they did not suffer life-threatening wounds. I feel terrible that these men were put in danger while just trying to keep the road safe. It is a somber reminder how quickly a calm afternoon can turn into catastrophe. This video comes out of Russia, and it shows an incident that's hard to describe as anything other than reckless. That might sound blunt, but give it a moment and you'll probably agree.
Охуеть, Вась! А я
What starts as a burning vehicle on the side of the road quickly turns into something far more dangerous. Instead of getting away, people nearby decide to pull out their phones and start recording. It's a strange but familiar reaction. Everyone knows cars can explode when they're on fire, but what happens here is far more violent than most would expect. The blast erupts suddenly, sending debris flying and turning a bad situation into a potentially deadly one. The reason for the explosion is likely what the vehicle was carrying. In cases like this, it's often a gas cylinder inside the car, something that dramatically increases the risk once flames are involved. Incidents like this aren't isolated either. Similar explosions have been reported many times, serving as a harsh reminder that standing close to a burning vehicle can be a fatal mistake. This clip is very weird, not because of what you see, but because of the sounds.
So we all just got woken up to some disturbing sound all through the whole area. I just called 911 and they said they've gotten like over 50 calls about it.
People who watched this video reported hearing noises that sound like heavy industrial drills or even distant firearms. Many others in the area claimed they heard the exact same thing at the same time. I have no idea how to explain these sounds, and it's honestly quite unsettling to listen to. It sounds like something out of a science fiction movie. What do you think is making that noise? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. On July 10, 2025, a home security system in a peaceful neighborhood was triggered after sensing movement in the living room. These cameras are built to record only when they perceive a physical presence. The issue was that the owner was out of the house and no other humans were present. His dog was the only living thing inside. When the notification popped up on his phone, he didn't think twice and bypassed the alert. He had no clue that this motion-activated video would capture a moment so disturbing that it would permanently alter his pet's behavior. In this footage, you can see the dog suddenly freeze and stare at a specific spot where nothing is visible to the human eye. His muscles tense up and his ears twitch as if he is listening to a stranger. A second later, a shocking event occurs that left the owner truly horrified. The dog's collar is suddenly pulled off his neck by a swift and invisible force. Some might argue the dog simply wiggled out of it, but the owner says that explanation is impossible. This was a heavy-duty collar designed with a special clip that requires a person to press it to release. It had stayed secure for years without ever slipping. I feel terrible for this youngster of a dog because he has been acting terrified ever since this happened. He is now jumpy and refuses to step foot in that living room. This is why I always feel a bit of unease leaving my pets alone in a big house. While there might be a logical reason, it really looks like an unseen hand reached out and snatched the collar. It is a somber and haunting mystery that makes you wonder what was lurking in the dark. The footage starts with someone taking aim. It's an odd way to begin a video, but you should probably expect it to get much weirder and crazier.
Jordan, pause there. Cat, Cobra Cat, Cobra Cat. Saat خوش. Saat خوش. Saat خوش.
What you just saw was a Kurdish guerrilla fighter shooting down a Turkish Cobra helicopter from a very significant range. Some people have called this one of the most incredible shots ever recorded on camera. It looks completely effortless, which is genuinely insane to witness. War is a terrible reality, and the pilot of that helicopter likely did not survive the impact. I never like seeing such violence as it reminds us how fragile life is in a conflict zone. It's truly chilling to watch that machine fall out of the sky. On the morning of December 3rd, 2018, 62-year-old Mayan Hatcher woke up in her home in St. Augustine, Florida, feeling unusually unwell. She lived a quiet, peaceful life and spent most of her time with her two rescue dogs, Bella and Sadie. The two were deeply bonded to her and rarely left her side. Normally, Mayan would have brushed off feeling a little off and gone about her day, but this morning felt different. As the hours passed, her condition worsened rapidly, and whatever was happening inside her body was moving fast. Around 11 a.m., Mayan collapsed in her bathroom. She fell hard to the floor and instantly lost control of the left side of her body. She couldn't stand, she couldn't speak, she could barely make a sound. Mayan was suffering an ischemic stroke caused by a blood clot cutting off oxygen to the right side of her brain. Trapped on the floor, she was unable to reach her phone or get to the door. Minutes turned into hours and she lay there helpless. She wasn't completely alone. Her dogs heard her fall. At some point, Sadie entered the bathroom and began sniffing her face. With everything she had left, Mayan forced out the only word she could manage: "Mommy needs help." Somehow the dogs understood. The front door to the house had an automatic lock, something the dogs normally couldn't open. But that day, it hadn't latched properly. Both dogs escaped and ran into the neighborhood, barking frantically and non-stop. Around 2 p.m., a neighbor named Alexandra heard urgent, aggressive barking at her back door. When she opened it, Bella stood there in visible distress. Instinctively knowing something was wrong, Alexandra grabbed a leash and followed Bella across the street. They reached Mayan's house where the front door was standing open. Sadie was still barking and pacing inside. Alexandra stepped in and found Mayan collapsed on the bathroom floor. She immediately called 911. Paramedics arrived within minutes. As they carried Mayan out on a stretcher, Alexandra lifted both dogs so they could see her one last time before the ambulance doors closed. Under normal circumstances, 7 hours without treatment would have resulted in permanent brain damage or death, but Mayan was rushed to one of Florida's only comprehensive stroke centers. There, an interventional neurologist performed a cutting-edge thrombectomy, threading a catheter through an artery and physically removing the clot from her brain. Within hours, Mayan was speaking clearly to her family. 3 days later, she walked out of the hospital with no lasting damage. Her case became medically significant, showing that advanced stroke treatments could work far beyond the traditional window. But none of that would have mattered if two dogs hadn't understood their owner's plea, escaped a locked home, and led a stranger directly to her side. Mayan later said it simply: she wouldn't be alive without them. In this video, you can see that it is raining outside. It seems like the perfect weather to drive carefully, but instead we see something baffling.
ยากมอไซค์
เข้าใจนะมันโอ้โหเขาอยู่กลางเลนเลย
3 เลนกับเลน 2
I really cannot figure out how this happened, but I do have a few theories. Either the car simply hit the middle barrier and flipped, which seems like the most logical answer, or an accident on the other side of the road caused the vehicle to fly over. Regardless of the cause, imagine just driving along and seeing an entire car come barreling right at you from the opposite lane. It's a horrifying scenario that happened so fast. I feel terrible for anyone caught in that path. It is a somber reminder to always stay alert. This CCTV footage comes from a workshop in Hebron and shows a man calmly painting a car, going about what looks like a completely routine task. Nothing seems out of place at first, and there is no obvious sign that anything is about to go wrong. Then, without warning, everything changes. An explosion tears through the workshop, violent and sudden, leaving behind destruction that's hard to explain. Incidents like explosions are new to this channel, but this one stands out because there's no clear cause. No sparks, no visible mistake, just a normal moment turning catastrophic in an instant. What makes this footage even more unsettling is how close it came to ending very differently. Just seconds before the blast, the man steps out of the room. Had he stayed even a moment longer, the outcome could have been fatal. It's a chilling reminder how unpredictable and unforgiving accidents like this can be, and how thin the line is between routine work and disaster. In this video from December 8th, 2025, we see the power of nature in Hokkaido, Japan. A massive magnitude 7.5 earthquake hit the region, causing total chaos.
まだ揺れてる。やばいやばい。これ震度6強とか7いってるよ。
好久哦。
While no one was killed, over 30 people were wounded by falling objects. The most terrifying part is the official advisory warning that an even more powerful tremor could be coming soon. I feel terrible for the residents who have to live in fear of a megaquake. This is why I always respect the strength of the earth. It is a very somber situation for everyone in the area right now. A sanctuary is supposed to be the one place where you're safe from the evils of the world, but for a 72-year-old woman at St. Cecilia's Cathedral, the house of God became the site of a brutal ambush. Surveillance footage captures the woman walking calmly through the church doors in broad daylight, pausing for just a moment to pick up a pamphlet. She is completely unaware of the two predators who had been trailing her from the sidewalk. Without warning, she is blindsided. As one man lunges for her purse, the other delivers a violent blow to her face, sending her crashing into a wooden table. The impact gashes her head open before she hits the floor, leaving her bleeding and dazed as the attackers sprint back out into the street. The sheer coldness of the act, targeting a grandmother during a moment of quiet reflection, has left the entire parish in shock.
Of course, it's shocking, and because we really have not had anything like that here, at least in 10 years. And so, obviously, we prayed for her the next two masses. And so the parishioners are now concerned, is it safe? Should I be in the church? And we try to assure them that this is a safe place. And this was just something completely out of the blue.
It serves as a haunting reminder that even within the most sacred walls, there are those who see a place of prayer as nothing more than a place to hunt. We are back in Georgia watching a high-speed chase from the dashboard of a GSP patrol car. Things are about to get very dangerous, but you need to listen to what the officer says during the pursuit. He realizes there is still a young one in the back seat of the fleeing car.
813 Atlanta, 813 Atlanta, 1080. I got them. When I tried to stop him at a stoplight at low speeds, he still got the child in the back seat.
Just be pit. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Get the out the car. Get the open the door. Open the door.
So you're trying to kill us. You're trying to kill us. Oh my gosh, you're trying to kill us. Oh my gosh, you're trying to kill me. Why would y'all do that, man?
Get up.
Please don't. Don't beat me up, man. Listen, don't get on that. Y'all trying to kill me. Don't fight me, man.
Get on the ground.
Don't fight me. Stop. Don't fight me. He don't stop trying to fight me. He don't stop trying to fight me.
She, come here. I can show you where she's at. I can show you.
A criminal had stolen the vehicle with a 9-year-old boy trapped inside. Even with a youngster on board, the suspect refused to pull over. The officer eventually made the swift decision to pit the car to end the danger. The boy's mother had called 911 in a total panic and was finally reunited with her son once the man was in handcuffs. I'm gonna let you judge if the police made the right call here. This is why I never leave my engine running at a gas station. This footage was captured at the gas station in Doska, Pakistan, and from the very first moment, it's clear this isn't an ordinary day. The sky is dark, the air feels heavy, and the scene already carries an unsettling sense that something is about to go wrong. In May of 2025, powerful winds swept through the city, and the force of the storm was so intense that it tore the roof clean off this gas station. The structure lifts and twists as if it weighs nothing, creating a scene that feels almost unreal. Combined with a stormy atmosphere, the moment looks more like something out of a disaster film than real life. Unfortunately, little additional information is available. It's unclear what other damage the storm caused across the area or whether anyone was injured elsewhere. What is certain is that this clip captures just how violent and unpredictable extreme weather can be, especially when it strikes without warning. This happened in Kamchatka, Russia, a place known for having many fish and even more bears. In this video, we see a massive bear approaching a group of fishermen.
Потом Леха скинешь мне, понял? А ты мне перекинешь. Обязательно. Сними-ка его мне на пояс. Я это точно не увижу. Куда пошел? Вот так вот. Вот ты такой увидишь. Обалдеть.
This is probably the most polite bear I've ever seen. He walks up, takes a single fish, and walks away without bothering a single person. The fishermen were smart to just let him do his thing. I would have been terrified to be that close to a wild predator. It is a rare moment of peace between humans and nature. What do you make of this polite visitor? In this video by Mysterious Hook, we witness a minor dispute over a single dollar that spiraled into a chaotic scene at a gas station in Kewanee, Illinois. In January 2026, 3 women, Diamond Lockhart, Kiana Simpson, and Nikita Simpson, became embroiled in a confrontation with store staff over a small extra charge for a pizza. Initially, the argument was about the store's refusal to refund a $12 pizza that had already been prepared. Officers arrived to mediate the civil dispute. advising the group to leave if they were unhappy with the policy. However, tensions rose quickly and the situation turned physical when one of the women allegedly shoved an officer. This triggered a swift series of arrests as the women resisted being taken into custody.
So where we're at here,
Is y'all gonna give me my $12?
I'm not giving you anything.
Could they give me my $12 back? I don't want.
I don't believe that they can because the pizza was made.
That don't make no sense.
So do you want your pizza?
I don't want the pizza. Why would you want the pizza if they like?
Okay. So you can file a civil suit against them for $12.
$12?
I'm saying that's it. It's a civil situation.
Well, back up here, or whoever his name is. I'm not from down here. I don't know what's going on. Where's your supervisor?
I am the supervisor.
Okay, so why can't you make them give her $12 back? They lied.
Because this is a civil interaction, is what it is. It's not a theft.
It's not a civil.
Their pizza. They said that she could have the pizza.
Let me have it. No, she can't have the pizza.
It gotta be something. Either motherfucker gotta get that motherfucker $12 to my sister, or it's gonna be that. What you talking about?
You charge somebody a certain price. You tell me that the pizza is $11.99, $12. You don't tell me about no charge fee. I tell you it's gonna be ready in 20 minutes. Come back in 20 minutes. You owe me $1.
Yo, man, so him trying to get over.
You gonna pay the extra $1 if somebody told you that they owe you extra $1.
This is all over $1.
Are you one of them? Are you one of the extra $1?
Yeah, it's $1.
What?
It's not even about $1.
It don't even matter.
It don't matter about the $1. I want
It don't even matter.
Why you lying? It's the fact that she lied. Why? It's the fact that she mad. That's the lying.
You know, if motherfucker would have asked you for $1, you know you would have paid that motherfucker $1, right? Out of here. Goofy ass old ass. Out of here.
Do you want them to leave?
Yes, please and thank you.
All right. I'm gonna ask them if they want their pizza.
That's the lie. It's the lie. It's the principle. I want my $12 back. I don't want the pizza.
Okay.
It's the principle of the situation that's all I get. Ain't no deal.
You can have your pizza.
I don't want the pizza.
Then you need to leave.
To give me my $12.
I'm not giving you anything. You need to leave or you'll be under arrest for trespassing.
Ain't nobody trespassing.
I know. You are now being told to leave. You're now being trespassed.
Let them leave. I swear to God, let them leave. I tell you, y'all that you're racist. Y'all racist. Y'all racist. Hey.
Walk out.
Hey.
Touch me.
You're under arrest. Under arrest. Get back. Get back. Everybody. Police officers. Stop.
You're under arrest.
You are getting. You are going to be released.
You want to get back right now? Get back.
Turn around.
Get back.
Stop touching me. Let me go. Sweet, get my stuff. Hurry up and get my stuff.
Stay back right now.
Get my stuff. Touching on me. Y'all need to take these handcuffs out.
Walk to that car. No.
Call my lawyer.
Walk to that car.
I'm not taking him. You can call your lawyer.
Call my lawyer. Make sure they know.
Walk to the car right now.
I'm in the middle of a injury lawsuit.
Yeah, come on.
And he pushed me. So I did put my hands on him.
Q7, anybody else can slow down?
Get all their names. What's all their names?
Sit down now. Have a seat. Sit down, please.
Shut the
Sit down in the car.
Why y'all want a lady?
Sit down in the car. Sit down in the car. Get in the car.
I am in the car. His name is Kingdom.
Sit down. You're gonna get
His name is Briar. His name is Garney.
Name will be on your.
Kingdom Briar.
Step back. You can record just back there, okay?
Get him. He pushed me.
Get in the car. Yes, you are. We're telling you right now, you are. For criminal damage to property.
Don't touch me.
Do not. Take your liquor on right now. Take your liquor. Now, take your liquor. Hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
You stepping on my glass.
Put your fucking hands behind your back.
Can I have my glasses?
Yes, ma'am. Get your glasses.
My glasses.
We'll get your glasses. Stick up here.
Come on, the out of y'all.
We're gonna help you get up, okay?
Don't touch me. I do it myself. Don't touch me.
We're gonna help you get up.
I don't want you to touch me.
Get up.
Don't touch me.
Get up. No.
She hit me very, very hard in the side of the head.
She did?
Yes.
Damn it, come on, bro. You better get an aggravated theft from police. That's a felony, gang. Y'all out here tweaking, bro. That's a felony. I just got off that shit. Damn, stop trying to play.
Did she get up?
During the struggle, a merchandise display was knocked over, leading to additional charges of property damage. How can a single dollar be worth a criminal record and a night in jail? Do you think the store should have just waived the fee to avoid the conflict? I never liked the idea how pride can cause people to make choices that will haunt them for years. This video isn't necessarily disturbing, but I couldn't help but share it. Did this guy lose his fantasy football league and this was the punishment? What the hell is going on here? At Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, the mundane hum of travel was shattered by a sudden chilling command. Everybody freeze, breach. A man identified as 40-year-old Leon Fabian had suddenly bum-rushed the security area, attempting a mad dash through the checkpoint. Surveillance footage captured the frantic moment as he shoved aside an elderly gentleman, charging toward the secure side of the terminal with unknown intentions. For the traveler standing in line, the sight of the man bypassed the TSA, and sprinting toward them was a sudden, jarring glimpse of chaos. Fortunately, a fellow passenger named Mark Thomas was standing directly in the suspect's path. As Fabian tried to push past, Thomas, a former athlete with a background in wrestling, reacted instinctively, lifting the intruder and body slamming him onto the hard airport floor.
I put myself on the belt, was waiting to go through the x-ray machine, and the lady very calmly and casually said, "Everybody freeze, breach." Once he pushed the older gentleman over, I knew that it was kind of one of those moments where I was like, all right, this is happening. He's going to be coming right by me. I'm already here, so I might as well try to do something. He was like, I'm okay. Just let me up.
Thomas pinned the man down until security could arrive to handcuff him, ending a high-stakes security breach that could have ended in a far more sinister way. It serves as a stark reminder that in a place as highly controlled as an airport, terror can still be just one desperate sprint away. A man is filming his surroundings, but there is a massive problem that becomes clear very quickly. Imagine you're leading a safari tour and you suddenly find yourself in a silent standoff with a wild lion only inches from your face. I'm absolutely stunned by how quiet and still everyone remained during the encounter. The lion simply looked at them and did not strike, which is a miracle. This is easily one of the most intense things I've seen all week. I feel terrible just thinking about the adrenaline and fear those people were suppressed by. This is why I never liked the idea of being that close to a predator without a cage. It is a somber situation that could have turned into tragedy in a quick moment. This video was taken by a CCTV camera on November 7, 2025. It comes from a little town in the Irkut Oblast in Russia. It's snowing outside. The slick surface caused a bus carrying factory workers to lose control, veering off course and hitting a power line in the middle of a crowd. Nevertheless, they all miraculously avoided being harmed by the electrical wires as well as the bus. In this video, a man named Nick is caring for his grandmother who is in declining health. She suffers from Alzheimer's, a condition that has slowly changed the way she interacts with the world around her. On most days, Nick has learned how to navigate her routines and behaviors, even the unsettling ones. Sometimes she will stop in place and stare at something that isn't there, reacting as if she's seeing or hearing things no one else can. It's something Nick has grown used to, even if it still makes him uncomfortable. But one night, something happens that he can't explain away so easily. is recording his grandmother during one of these moments when she's standing silently facing the kitchen. She isn't speaking. She's just there, frozen, her attention fixed on something unseen. As he films, the atmosphere feels heavy and tense, even through the screen. Then without warning, the camera captures something strange. An object that had been sitting on top of the refrigerator suddenly falls. There's no loud bang, no obvious cause, it simply tips over and drops as if pushed. Nick says what makes this moment especially unsettling is what happens just before it falls. His grandmother's dog, who had been calm, suddenly begins to growl. Not bark, not whine, a low defensive growl aimed directly toward the kitchen. Nick insists this wasn't just coincidence. When he reviews the footage, he explains that the item hadn't been close to the edge of the fridge. It had been sitting far back, stable, untouched for a long time. If that's true, then gravity alone doesn't seem like a good explanation. There was no vibration, no one bumped the appliance, no door slammed, and yet it fell.
So this is in response to last night. My grandma loves to collect little figurines. One of my grandma's little angels fell off the fridge last night. You see how far back they are? Genuinely.
As if that weren't strange enough, Nick notices something else when he replays the video multiple times.
I'm a bit in disbelief. No, I'm pretty sure it's just a plug-in charger. I brought my girlfriend Claire here so she can help me demonstrate. But can you try to step in front of that? And so it just does that. Move away. So that comment says that the Roomba doesn't do that unless someone's in front of it. My question is, like, he's kind of creepy with a smiley face and everything. Even when it gets to the edge, it does that.
In the background, a Roomba vacuum can be seen moving back and forth in the kitchen, but it isn't moving randomly the way robotic vacuums usually do. Instead, it keeps repeating the same short motion, stopping and turning as if something invisible is blocking its path. It behaves as though there's an obstacle directly in front of it, even though the floor is completely clear. Nick starts to wonder if the Roomba might be reacting to something it can't see but somehow detect. From that moment on, Nick says the kitchen no longer feels normal to him. Unfortunately, that's easier said than avoided. The kitchen is the only room in the house with a television, which means Nick spends most of his evenings there, sitting alone, watching TV, trying not to think about what he's seen, but the house doesn't let him forget.
So, I was watching my show, and after last night, I'm definitely not leaving these lights on. But I was watching my show, and there's nothing there.
One night, while Nick is watching television, both dogs suddenly become alert. There's no Roomba moving around this time, no noise, no visible reason for their behavior, yet both dogs are completely focused on the kitchen. They sit still, staring in the same direction, refusing to look away. Nick says the way they locked onto that space made his stomach drop. They weren't reacting to a sound. They weren't looking at each other. They were focused, tense, and clearly disturbed by something Nick couldn't see. The longer it went on, the worse it felt. The dogs wouldn't relax. They wouldn't move. They just stared. That moment brings back a story Nick's grandfather once told him before he passed away the year prior. According to his grandfather, there was a night when he turned off the lights and glanced toward the kitchen. In the darkness, he saw Nick's grandmother standing there alone. She wasn't moving, she wasn't speaking, just standing silently, but when he looked again a moment later, she was gone. At the time, the story was unsettling but easy to dismiss. Now, with everything Nick has been experiencing, it feels different. Those memories linger as Nick continues filming. Eventually, he puts the dogs away, hoping that will calm things down. The house grows quiet again, and for a brief moment, it seems like whatever was happening has passed. Then the ice maker goes off. It's the middle of the night, and the sudden mechanical noise snaps Nick's attention straight back to the kitchen. Startled, he grabs his camera and begins recording again, unsure of what he's about to capture. What happens next is the moment that pushes his unease into full-blown fear.
Yo. Oh, that's cool.
The Roomba, which had been following Nick around the living room moments earlier, suddenly flips over completely. It doesn't bump into anything. There's no visible object in its path. It doesn't get stuck or caught on a cord. It just turns abruptly and falls onto its back, as if something had forcefully knocked it over. Nick freezes. There's no explanation he can see, no reason for this sudden movement. The Roomba doesn't struggle first. It doesn't hesitate. It just flips. Terrified, Nick stops recording and uploads the footage online almost immediately. As viewers begin to analyze the video, they point out details Nick hadn't noticed at first. Earlier in the night, the Roomba had been moving in a straight line, something that's highly unusual for these devices. They're designed to zigzag, change direction frequently, and avoid predictable patterns. But this time, it moved forward steadily, almost deliberately. Even more unsettling is what happens near the stairs. Normally, Roombas have sensors that prevent them from falling down steps. Earlier in the footage, viewers notice it behaving as expected, stopping at the edge and turning around, but in this final clip, it doesn't hesitate at all. It keeps moving forward, ignoring the drop entirely. To many people watching, it looks as if something altered its behavior. Nick says that after that night, not much else has happened. No more objects falling, no more sudden movements. The house has been quiet. Too quiet, but the feeling hasn't gone away. He still doesn't feel comfortable in the kitchen. He still watches the dogs closely, and every time the Roomba turns on, he can't help but wonder if it's going to react to something he can't see. Like so many videos like this, there are no clear answers, no definitive proof of anything supernatural, just a series of strange moments, unsettling timing, and behaviors that don't quite add up. And for Nick, that uncertainty is the hardest part of all. Videos from Chinese social media often look very strange because of the heavy editing and loud audio effects. I wanted to share the best version of this clip I could find, even with the odd visuals. This happened in Yunnan, China, where a woman was outside doing a routine chore by burning a pile of trash. Without any warning, the fire exploded with massive force. It appears that something highly flammable or a pressurized container was hidden under the debris. She was struck by the blast, but was lucky enough to survive the incident. I feel terrible that a simple day of cleaning turned into a life-threatening explosion. This is why I'm always extremely careful about what I put into an open flame. It is a somber lesson for everyone. In this video, we are looking at dashcam footage from a vehicle owned by the Jensen's distributor company in Paraguay. One of their employees is behind the wheel, simply trying to finish his route. However, in just a few seconds, a normal workday turns into a life-threatening nightmare. As he nears a roundabout, a brown SUV suddenly swerves to block his path. At least 3 armed men jump out with weapons drawn. The driver makes a swift decision to reverse, and that is when the criminals open fire on him. I feel terrible that this worker had to experience such a violent ambush. It is absolutely insane how bold these attackers were in broad daylight. Fortunately, the driver used a quick escape and no one was struck or wounded during the shooting. This is why I never like driving through unfamiliar areas alone. It is truly terrifying. Megalophobia is a specific condition where a person is terrified of massive objects like giants, statues, or large buildings. You can really understand that feeling when you see a ship weighing over 100,000 tons moving toward you while you're standing on solid ground. This took place in Thailand during 2024. In the video, the giant vessel looks like a moving wall of steel as it gets closer to the dock. I cannot imagine the fear of watching something that big move toward you with so much momentum. It is a somber and overwhelming sight that makes you realize how small we really are. This is why I never like standing at the edge of a harbor when the big ships are coming in. Welcome to Sarandi, a place most people have never heard of until this moment. It's a quiet city that rarely finds itself in the spotlight, but one unexpected incident would suddenly send its name racing across the internet. A man flying a powered motor aircraft, a lightweight personal plane, suddenly lost control in midair. At first glance, it might look like reckless flying or pilot error, the kind of mistake that usually ends in disaster, but that assumption turned out to be wrong. According to Sarandi's fire department, the aircraft suffered a mechanical failure caused by a defect in the propeller. With limited control and very little time to react, the pilot was forced to bring the aircraft down wherever he could. Somehow, against the odds, he managed a crash landing that avoided nearby buildings and people. Firefighters rushed to the scene expecting the worst. Instead, they found the pilot alive, conscious, and incredibly uninjured. In a situation that could have easily ended in tragedy, he walked away without so much as a scratch, leaving behind a scene that looked far more deadly than it actually was. What a miracle, am I right? In this video by Police Insider, we see an incredibly dangerous high-speed pursuit involving a maroon Acura. The driver led officers on a chase through city streets while leaving his hazard lights blinking. Initially, the police tried to conduct a standard traffic stop, but the man chose to flee instead of pulling over. The pursuit covered less than 3 miles but resulted in over $15,000 in damage to several patrol cars. The footage shows the driver eventually becoming cornered in a parking lot behind a Taco Bell. Instead of surrendering to the officers, he began ramming his vehicle into multiple cruisers with a quick and violent motion. The impact was so severe that it pushed the police cars back and nearly caused a fatal confrontation.
Yes! Hey! Hey!
He's taking off again, eastbound. I'm behind him, turning on Norwich.
415, he's in the parking lot behind Taco Bell.
The driver eventually lost control and crashed into a utility pole, which brought live electrical wires down onto the pavement.
Stop the car now! Hands! Hands, mother! Hey, show me your f***ing hands! You're gonna get shot! Watch reverse! Watch reverse! Stop the car!
Watch out, don't get... 401, he's ramming cruisers. 401, he's ramming the cruiser. Or 418, he's ramming the cruisers.
Stop! You're gonna get shot! Stop! Stop! I'm going taser! I'm going taser! Get taser! Taser deployed, Dave. Taser deployed. Get your foot up!
You guys got me.
Get out of the car! Drag him in! Get out of the f***ing car, mother... Hold up! You're on me! You're on me!
Oh, all right. Get off his leg. You're on his leg.
Slow down.
You're on Brad Bird's leg.
Slow down. You guys are...
I got cuffed. We got him.
401, we're going to need AES and fire out here. We got to pull down live electrical wires.
God, watch the wires.
Have them come in off main. Once you see it down and LSD can shut down doors.
All right. Let him know we got one in custody.
Get him off my f***ing foot. Gary, let's get him away from these wires, Dan.
God damn it. You guys got me.
You're a f***ing idiot.
I know. God damn it.
What? I already pulled them. Here, hold on.
God damn it, dude. I'm such a stupid idiot. Yep. God damn it. You guys got me. You guys got me, dude. God damn it.
You're lucky you didn't get shot, dude.
Yeah. You drunk, man, or what's the deal?
Yo, he reeks.
I mean, you guys know.
Dude, I really don't think you understand how close you were to getting shot.
Yeah, you're lucky to be alive right now.
You guys know I'm okay with that.
Yeah, well, when you sober up, you'll realize.
Let's get to a different cruiser. I want to get away from these.
Here, my cruisers. Put him in mine. Here, we'll just go here for now. I think all our cars are damaged.
Hey, you guys are badasses, dude. I'm sorry. You guys are badasses. Damn it. You know what I mean? You got me. You got me.
You want to just throw a wire in with him?
No, pull that out. Dude, you guys, I'm so sorry, dude.
Where's the
Lean forward. Yeah, I got you. Tell me what you want me to do. I know y'all got families, dude. I'm so sorry, dude. Dude, I'm such an idiot.
Be looped through the...
I feel terrible for the officers who had to deal with such a reckless individual during their shift. It is frightening to think that someone would cause so much destruction to avoid a simple interaction with the law. The driver was found to be severely intoxicated with a blood alcohol level of 0.24. He also had a high amount of THC in his system, which likely contributed to his erratic and life-threatening behavior. Even after being taken into custody, the man seemed completely disconnected from the severity of his actions. He actually apologized to the officers for hitting their cars while he was being treated for his injuries.
I did not expect that, man. He wouldn't stop. Carefully throw up on the front seat.
Oh, that's awesome. No, I think it's chicken dip. I don't see a wallet anyway.
You want to step out with me? You need some help, my dude. Well, I got you. We're going to get you checked out at the hospital, okay?
I mean, it appears you need some help, my friend.
We're gonna have a seat right here.
You do what you gotta do.
Put your butt right in that crease.
Oh, we got some. Yep. And then, yep, just on this back.
We'll just switch my cuffs out. All right, so I'm going to release your left hand. This right hand's going to stay cuffed.
Okay.
And it's going to get cuffed to the couch. Okay.
Sure. So I'm right in front here.
Hey,
I'm not moving. I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
Take this one off, and Gavin's going to put his other one on.
There we go.
It's a real f***ing funny situation.
The damage he caused to public property and the risk he posed to everyone on the road is truly staggering. I never like seeing how a single night of substance abuse can lead to a string of violent felonies. How can someone be so out of touch that they think ramming police cars is a viable way to escape? Do you think a $100,000 bond is enough for someone who took down live power lines? A swift decision to run from police can change the course of a person's life forever. In this video, we explore the chilling reality that the most frightening encounters often happen in places where we feel the most secure. Usually these events take place inside a cozy home or a quiet car, but the situation feels much heavier when a youngster is involved. A mother was simply recording her young son during a normal afternoon at home, but the footage captured something that would later leave her completely horrified. I feel terrible for this mother because discovering something like this after the fact is a total nightmare. Initially, the clip looked like a sweet memory, but after it was shared online, viewers began spotting a terrifying detail. Just behind the youngster's playpen, a faint figure appears for a brief second. It is a somber and unsettling shape that doesn't belong there. There was no one else in the house and no furniture moved to cause a shadow like that. The lack of a logical explanation is what makes this so disturbing to watch. The mother was deeply shaken when she saw the figure lurking so close to her son. It is a haunting mystery that remains completely unexplained. I would be terrified to stay in that room. What do you think was standing behind him? This next video surfaced in November 2025 and it comes out of Indonesia. It starts off oddly enough with a man filming a car parked below his apartment building. At first glance, it seems random, almost pointless, until you realize there's a very specific reason his camera never looks away. The car is already on fire and not in the way you'd normally expect. The flames don't behave like a typical engine fire. Instead, they erupt violently from underneath the vehicle, spreading fast and burning with an intensity that's hard to control. While the exact brand isn't known, one thing is painfully obvious. This was an electric car, and the battery pack had most likely suffered a catastrophic failure. Electric vehicle fires are a different beast altogether. You can't just spray them down with water and hope for the best. These fires burn hotter, last longer, and often reignite without warning. It takes a large, coordinated response, specialized equipment, and a lot of time to bring something like this under control. Thankfully, in this case, no one was hurt. The fire was eventually contained and everyone nearby made it out safely. Still, watching the footage unfold is unsettling, especially knowing how suddenly something so ordinary can turn into a dangerous, uncontrollable inferno. In this video, we are looking at security footage from a retail store on a Friday night back in 2014. An employee named Don Rivas is using his phone to record the monitor because he spotted a man who appeared to be stealing merchandise. Don wanted to keep a close eye on the suspect, but that is not the only reason he started filming. He says there is a moment in this clip that still freaks him out to this very day. While he was monitoring the shoplifter, he noticed something on the floor that he simply cannot explain.
Look right here. Right here. Look. Look, watch. What is that? What is that? And it's just gone, bruh. Look at this. It's there, and now it's not, bruh. What is that? Bruh. What is that? What is that? And then it's just gone. Bruh. What is that? One more time. Bruh. What is that?
Right there on the ground, a mysterious shape or object suddenly appears out of nowhere. There is nothing in the footage to show where it came from. The customer's leg never moves to reveal it, and Don's own position remains steady. It looks as if the shadow or object just creeps into the shot on its own. Even if it was an item left on the floor, it wouldn't explain how it emerged so suddenly without being touched. I feel terrible for Don because having to watch something unexplainable like that while you're alone at work is a total nightmare. This is why I never like being the last person in a building at night. To this day, Don cannot explain what he saw on that screen. Some people think it's just a trick of the light or a glitch in the old camera system, but others are convinced that something paranormal appeared in that room. It is a somber and chilling mystery that still haunts his memory years later. It makes me wonder what else might be lurking in the corners of these quiet shops after the sun goes down. In the early morning hours of March 27, 2022, the streets of downtown San Jose, California were filled with a heavy, intense energy. Local police were already busy managing a homicide scene only a few blocks away, a situation that always puts officers on high alert. Just a short distance from that investigation, a completely different drama was starting to play out inside a popular late-night restaurant called La Victoria Taqueria. This footage is something that many people still find difficult to watch because of how quickly a normal night turned into a total disaster. A 20-year-old college football player named Kuhn Green walked into the shop to get some food after a long night. The restaurant was crowded with people, some tired and others restless, creating an unpredictable atmosphere. Shortly after Kuhn arrived, a man named Brian Carter entered the building with two of his friends. Reports later suggested the group may have been heavily intoxicated. In this video, you can see the classic signs of a confrontation beginning to brew. There is posturing, crowding, and then a sudden punch is thrown. I feel terrible for anyone caught in the middle of a brawl like this because things can turn deadly in a heartbeat. This is why I never like staying in crowded late night spots when the mood starts to shift. Kuhn reacted with the quick instincts of an athlete defending himself as multiple people began to swarm him. Amid the chaos, a stranger stepped in to help Kuhn, trying to prevent him from being overwhelmed by the attackers. That selfless act may have saved his life. However, the situation turned from a fistfight into a life-threatening crisis when a firearm appeared. The second the weapon was visible, the entire room snapped into a state of pure panic. People did not just walk away, they bolted for the exits in a desperate rush to survive. Even the security guard fled the scene, leaving the restaurant workers trapped behind the counter with no protection. It is a somber sight to witness how quickly human instinct takes over when a weapon is involved. Kuhn managed to wrestle the gun away from the attacker, but what he did next is what makes this footage so unique. Instead of seeking revenge for using the weapon, he backed away and tried to create space. His body language showed that he was trying to de-escalate the entire mess. He was holding the gun, but he was not pointing it at anyone. He was simply trying to keep it away from the aggressors. Outside, police officers, who were already nearby, heard reports of a person with a gun and rushed toward the restaurant. They were already on edge from the homicide investigation and likely believed these two events were connected. As Kuhn was pushed out the front door during a continued struggle, he was met by the responding officers. In a quick and tragic moment of confusion, Officer Mark McNamara fired 4 shots at the young man. The time between the police arriving and the shots being fired was less than 3 seconds. Kuhn had raised his hands the moment he saw the officers, but it was already too late. I feel a deep sense of somberness watching this because Kuhn had actually done the right thing by disarming the attacker, yet he was the one struck by police gunfire. He luckily survived after undergoing emergency surgery, but the incident sparked massive outrage throughout the community. The public could not understand why a young man who had just saved lives by taking a gun away from a criminal was now fighting for his own life in a hospital bed. The footage raised very hard questions about how police perceive threats under extreme pressure, especially since multiple officers were present but only one decided to open fire. As the legal battle began, the story took an even darker turn. During the discovery process of a lawsuit, text messages belonging to McNamara were uncovered. These messages revealed the disgusting bias and used language that completely destroyed any remaining trust the public had in the officer. McNamara resigned from the force before the full details of those messages were made public. Authorities eventually moved to ensure he could never work in law enforcement again, and his previous cases were called into question. By January 2024, the city of San Jose agreed to pay an $8 million settlement to Kuhn Green to avoid a long and painful trial. Kuhn has since recovered and continues to pursue his dreams in football, using the trauma of that night as a source of motivation to move forward.
Times, man, actually a test of times too, but man, it boosts my spirits a whole lot. It just believing in myself and just fighting back from the brink of death.
This is why I always feel a heavy weight when I think about this case. It's a terrifying example of how someone can do everything right and still be seen as the bad guy in a split second. The reason this video continues to haunt those who see it is the clear gap between what was actually happening and what the officers assumed was happening. It shows how a hero can be mistaken for a villain in the blink of an eye. Every youngster should be taught that even in a moment of bravery, the world can be a very unforgiving place. It is a haunting mystery of human error and split-second judgment caught in real time on a grainy security camera. This footage comes from Sewangi University in West Java, Indonesia, and it was captured by a security camera mounted inside one of the campus buildings. At first, nothing seems out of the ordinary. A group of students are sitting together, relaxed, talking, completely unaware that they are seconds away from a life-threatening moment. Without warning, part of the roof suddenly gives way. Concrete, dust, and debris crash down into the room, collapsing directly onto the students and trapping several of them beneath the rubble. What should have been a safe indoor space instantly turns into a disaster scene. Amazingly, despite the weight of the collapse and how close it came to being fatal, the students survived with only minor injuries. One student later explained they were rehearsing for a theater practice when the ceiling came down. In the chaos, she had to physically drag her friend out from under the debris to escape. It's hard to imagine how something so routine could turn that dangerous so fast. Quiet moment, a normal day on campus, and then the roof literally falls in. Incidents like this are terrifying not just because of what happened, but because of how little warning there was before everything changed. No words to describe this one. Observe. You witnessed the bizarre moment when Syrian government fighters were being filmed by an SDF drone. Now, if he had been paying attention, he might have seen what was going on around him and been able to flee in time. While he was recording, people were hurrying to get away. In this unsettling video, a woman named Arya is filming herself as she walks alone through a hotel hallway late at night. At first glance, it seems ordinary, a quiet corridor, dim lighting, patterned carpet stretching into the distance. But almost immediately, there is something wrong with the atmosphere. The space feels heavy, tense, like the air itself is pressing in. Arya doesn't say much at first, but the way she holds the phone tells you everything. She's uneasy, and she has a reason to be. As she walks, she begins to hear movement behind her. Not loud footsteps, not voices, just subtle sounds that don't match her own pace. A faint shuffle, a rhythm that feels off. That's when she raises her phone and starts recording. She doesn't know what's there, only that something is. Anyone who's ever walked alone in a hotel at night knows that feeling. Long hallways, blind corners, doors you don't recognize, the sense that if something went wrong, no one would hear it. Arya keeps moving, but her steps quicken. She glances back, panning the camera down the hallway behind her. On screen, it looks empty. No people, no shadows, nothing that should justify the fear in her voice. And yet she reacts exactly like someone being followed. Her breathing changes. Her shoulders tense. She doesn't stop recording. Later, Arya would explain that the moment the sound shifted from walking to running, she didn't hesitate. She sprinted toward the elevator at the end of the hall. She didn't look back again. She just ran. She made it inside the elevator and got out safely. At least that's how the story seemed at first. She uploaded the clip after the fact, shaken but relieved. But when people began slowing the footage down and analyzing it frame by frame, the situation became far more disturbing. At the start of the video, when Arya turns the camera behind her, there is truly no one visible. No person stepping out of a doorway, no figure at the far end of the hall, yet her reaction suggests something was close. Too close. Viewers began asking the same question over and over. What was she reacting to? That's when a hotel housekeeper named Tony came forward. According to Tony, the incident didn't end at the hallway. He claimed to have access to the hotel security footage from that night and shared what he found.
So here's video of that girl that posted, and I'm gonna let y'all know now, it gets really weird. Really weird. It's like she acting like she's running from something or hiding from something, but there's literally nobody else in the frame. Like she tweaking. Yeah, it is weird. And the elevator door is not even closing. Like she playing hide and seek or something. But look, this ain't even the craziest thing. Like now the elevator, look, the elevator door is closed. This ain't even the craziest thing about this video though. I got like more video to show y'all, and it just gets super weird. So y'all just stay tuned.
In the security video, Arya can be seen stepping into the elevator. The doors begin to close, then suddenly stop. They remain open, frozen as if something is blocking them. Arya stands inside, visibly confused and frightened. She presses buttons, nothing happens. The doors refuse to shut. Then she steps out. The moment she exits the elevator, the doors close instantly. No delay, no resistance, just a smooth, immediate shutdown. It's as if whatever was holding them open no longer needed to. What happens next is even more alarming. 3 minutes after Arya fled the building, the hallway camera picked up something else, a shadow moving quickly across the frame. There was no person visible, no one walking nearby who could have cast it, just a shape that passed through the camera's view and disappeared.
And y'all think that's crazy? Keep watching like right by that door right there, by that table. Keep watching right over by there. The whole time I'm thinking somebody following her. So we trying to go over the film and just keep watching. Look. My hand is shaking. Right there.
What is that?
What the heck? Bro, that's a rock from that table right there. Those are stones and those in bowls right there by that table. And that one of them stones just fell on the floor.
And there's no way that should happen because there's no wind in there.
Wind ain't even gonna do that though. This is crazy, yo.
Instead of returning to her room, Arya runs out of the hotel entirely. She doesn't check out, she doesn't speak to the staff, she leaves behind her luggage, her personal belongings, everything. She just gets out. Tony later said that while checking the floor she had been staying on, he found something unusual near her room.
You said what? It's like all my stuff is just left here. It's crazy.
Yo, hold on, y'all. This is crazy.
A thin metal tool lying on the carpet. It wasn't hotel property, it was a device commonly used to unlock doors from the outside. The kind of tool you don't accidentally drop.
Oh my God.
After that night, Arya went silent. She stopped responding to messages. She never posted an explanation, no follow-up, no reassurance, nothing. To this day, no one knows exactly what she heard, what she sensed, or why she ran the way she did. Was someone stalking her and narrowly missed being caught on camera? Was there an attempted break-in she escaped just in time? Or was it something even stranger, something that never fully revealed itself? All we're left with is the footage, the unanswered questions, and the knowledge that whatever happened was terrifying enough for her to abandon everything and never look back. And sometimes, that silence is the most unsettling part of all. In this video captured on Lopez Quintas Street, a routine afternoon drive suddenly transforms into a life-altering event that has since shocked millions of viewers across the internet. The footage begins in a very calm manner, with cars moving at a steady pace and no obvious signs of trouble. However, everything changes in a quick second when an armored Jeep rushes into the frame. It's moving much faster than the surrounding traffic, making it clear that the driver is already aware of the mounting threat. Almost immediately, a motorcycle pulls up alongside the vehicle. The passenger on the bike leans in close and presses a firearm directly against the glass of the windshield. This was a bold and violent robbery happening in broad daylight with many other people and vehicles nearby. Inside the Jeep, the driver had no time to negotiate or try to talk his way out of the situation. There was no safe place to pull over, and there was no guarantee that these men wouldn't pull the trigger even if he cooperated. I feel terrible for the driver because facing a gun through a window is a terrifying nightmare that no one should have to endure. This is why I always keep my doors locked and stay alert at every red light. In a fraction of a second, the driver made a swift decision to use the massive vehicle as a defensive shield. Instead of braking, he accelerated and struck the motorcycle with massive force. The bike was thrown violently into a flower bed near the curb, and the Jeep actually rode up onto the sidewalk, pitting the two suspects underneath the heavy frame. The street went completely silent as the danger ended as quickly as it had begun. I am shocked by how fast the power dynamic shifted from the armed attackers to the victim. Firefighters arrived at a quick pace and had to use hydraulic hydraulic tools to lift the Jeep off the men inch by inch. Police were right there to put the suspects in handcuffs while they were still trapped on the ground, unable to move or escape. Authorities eventually identified the men as 25-year-old Thiago Felix Vieira da Silva and 18-year-old Thiago Gabriel Brito Oliveira. It turns out the younger suspect already had a very serious criminal history involving violence and illegal weapons. The third person involved in the crime managed to escape the scene with a weapon before officers arrived. While many people online praise the driver for his quick thinking and bravery, others have raised questions about how close the Jeep came to hitting innocent youngsters or pedestrians on the sidewalk. It is a somber reminder that when there are no good options left, survival often depends on a choice that can never be undone. This video is disturbing because it shows how an ordinary street can become a battlefield without any warning. The driver had to turn his car into a weapon just to stay alive. It makes you wonder how you would react if you were in that driver's seat with only a second to save your own life. This confrontation serves as a chilling example of the risks people face every day. You won't believe this footage that appears normal initially, but something crazy transpires. This was meant to be a practical joke. I had to give props for having fast reflexes though. On September 27, 2025 at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, Buffalo police officers responded to a call described only as unknown trouble. What they encountered was anything but routine. When officers arrived, they found a woman later identified as 38-year-old Cynthia Gilbert armed with a knife and behaving aggressively.
15, chase me and finish with a knife. White guy. All right. Same type of t-shirt. All right, can you get me up there? So we got 32 in it. It looks like he's throwing stuff from the upper. Go away! Lion on fire! Run! Hell, you on the side. Anyone try to certify?
6 feet. You guys clear the air. I got a number 2 male in the hallway. He has a big knife. He's going down the staircase. Can I get another unit? Yeah. 60, I might have to make entry. There's blood on the door. I think someone else is inside. Baltimore police, open the door.
Sir?
Open the door.
All right, 12, how far are you? What floor are you on?
I'm really all right. Do we have a bunker or anything? He has like a really big knife. I can't tell if someone else is in there with him.
No, we don't know yet. For 8-1, hold the air. He's got Galuski with him. Hold the air. All right. I got teams there.
All right.
The right or left?
It's right here.
Okay.
Pardon me. Baltimore police, open the door. Open the door! Police! Nah, the door's locked.
There's blood all over.
Yeah, he has a really big knife. He has like a machete. But I don't know if he's chopping somebody or what, but
we gotta get in.
Can somebody bring me a ram or something to take this door? Police! Open the door!
Come out and talk to us. It's the police. We gotta see you to make sure you're okay.
Hey, Wilson. Yeah, you can stay on. I'm just talking, all right?
Oh, I got you.
You said
you got
I'm not sure. He's using that knife and he's telling someone to die. There's blood everywhere.
There's blood on the door.
Is he sane? Is he saying something that don't make sense?
Yes. Please drop the knife.
Drop the knife. Drop it. Drop it.
Drop that knife. Drop that knife.
Drop the knife.
Drop that knife.
Drop the knife.
Officers immediately attempted to calm the situation, issuing repeated commands for her to drop the weapon. Gilbert refused. Instead, she began moving toward a small group of people she was known to, pointing the knife directly at them. As the tension escalated, one officer deployed pepper spray in an effort to stop her advance. It didn't work.
Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Get the fuck! Drop that knife! Back up! Back up! Everything! Take the time! You back up! You back up! You back up! Get back up! Back up! We got time! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get out! Get back! Everyone back up! Everyone back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! 21 feet! Back up, please. 21 feet. Everyone, hey, clear the hall. We don't need 3 people in the seat. Back up! Only guns up front. Stop! Only guns up front. Back up! Back up! Only guns up front. Only guns up front. Stay on them. We're good. We get on the ground. Face down. 21 feet. We need. Get down. You're doing good. Back up a little bit more. Drop your weapons. Back up a little bit more. You want me to tell you? No more. Drop your weapons. No more. No more. Bunker up front. Bunker up front. Let me know what's going on today. I am God, and you are done. No more cops. You. I need ACAB, bitches. Look, a fucking tattoo right here that says ACAB. Because all cops are bad. Over here, can you hear about it? Back it up a little bit. Who got hands? Very good. Keep coming. Keep coming. Let's take it to the elevators if we have to. Yep. Space. You're doing a great job. I appreciate that. Keep coming back. Yep. I want to far away from those guys. Let's take it to the elevators where we got more space. You're doing a great job. Thank you. Your help. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Back up. We're gonna have him everything we say. He's gonna lay down flat. Back on your knee.
Yep. You gotta get on your knees. You gotta crawl.
On your knees. Stay down. Sir, get back on the floor.
You gotta get on the floor for me.
Get back on the floor.
You've been doing a good job. I appreciate you.
Get back on the floor, buddy.
All right, we're gonna have to take it. You're doing a good job. I appreciate it. Sir, get on your knees. You gotta get on your knees. Get on your knees.
Officers, along with members of the Buffalo Fire Department and EMTs, rendered immediate first aid to both the victim and Gilbert. Both were transported to Erie County Medical Center with injuries that were later confirmed to be non-life-threatening. Gilbert was subsequently arraigned on an indictment charging her with attempted murder and attempted assault. In October 2025, following a comprehensive review of the incident, Erie County District Attorney Mike Keene ruled that the officers' actions were legally justified and cleared them of any criminal wrongdoing. What began as a vague late-night call ended in seconds of violence, leaving lasting consequences for everyone involved. In a series of security recordings that have recently circulated throughout Brazilian media, we see how mundane daily routines can be interrupted by events that feel almost surreal. These streets look like any other, with slow traffic and people going about their business, believing they understand the dangers of their environment. However, these videos reveal how quickly a person's confidence can turn into total shock when their assumptions are met with a different reality. One specific incident takes place in the heart of Sao Paulo, where two men are seen walking briskly down a crowded sidewalk, scanning the parked cars with a very quiet and dark intent. Their focus eventually settles on a white Honda Civic. Without any hesitation, one of the suspects steps forward, pulls the door open, and announces a robbery. From a distance, it looks like a typical opportunistic crime, but inside the vehicle sits a plainclothes police officer. In a quick second, the power dynamic completely flips. The officer exits the car, creates necessary space, and reacts. The suspect, who was totally unprepared for any resistance, tries to bolt but stumbles and falls in the middle of the street. While his accomplice managed to drive the car away, the escape did not last long. Radio alerts were sent out at a quick pace, and local units intercepted the stolen vehicle just minutes later. Another chilling clip takes us to Marana Avenue in Rio de Janeiro on a heavy January night. The traffic is nearly frozen when a motorcycle weaves between the lanes and stops next to a rider who appears to be distracted. A man in a white shirt walks up calmly and demands the bike. The victim responds with a deliberate slowness that makes the robber relax. He steps off the bike, puts it on the kickstand, and even removes his helmet while raising his hands. His body language suggests total cooperation, leading the criminal to believe he has full control of the situation. The robber puts on the helmet and climbs onto the seat, but that feeling of victory lasts only a moment. The victim is actually an off-duty officer. He draws his weapon and reacts with a swift motion. The suspect panics, loses his balance, and falls onto the asphalt within just a few meters. The confrontation ends almost as soon as it started, and the injured suspect is taken into custody after receiving medical care. I feel terrible for the residents who have to live with this constant threat of violence. This is why I always tell my friends to stay alert, even in heavy traffic. The third video shows a silver car waiting at the entrance of a residential building. Everything seems fine until the driver looks in his mirror and sees a motorcycle pulling up directly behind him. The rider pulls out a gun, but the officer inside the car simulates a surrender by raising his hands. When the suspect reaches for the door handle, the officer uses that tiny opening to react. The suspect falls and drops his weapon while his partner flees without looking back. These recordings are disturbing because they show how thin the line is between safety and chaos. Each criminal thought they had found an easy target, only to realize too late that they were the ones in danger. This happened in Chiang Mai, Thailand. A cop and a young man who was pulled over join us. The officer is asked to search the scooter that the man was riding.
มาถ่ายกับพี่นี่มาอยากถ่ายเดี๋ยวพี่ถ่ายให้ไม่มีอะไรผิดกฎหมายนะแต่อยู่โน่นด้านหลังก่อนเดี๋ยวดูมือพี่นะครับไม่มีอะไรนะหยุด
The man pulled out a weapon and used it on the police as he was inspecting the scooter. Fortunately, the officer observed what was happening and evaded the rounds, returning fire. What transpired thereafter is unknown. You could watch it unfold now, and given how slowly he responded, the officer was truly extremely fortunate. Thus far, all that is known is that the officer managed to leave unscathed. This video was recorded in what should have been one of the safest, most ordinary places imaginable, a family's own backyard. It was a quiet evening, and a mother and her young daughter were spending time together by their pool. There was nothing unusual about the night. No strange noises, no unsettling feelings. In fact, the entire reason the mother picked up her phone was simple and harmless. She wanted to show her sister the new pool lights they had just installed.
You have to change the colors.
You might be able to do it on the pump.
Oh, that looks so cool, and they're above too. Oh, that's so cool. That's weird.
A short time later, her phone buzzed with a message from her sister Lacey. Instead of reacting to the pool lights, Lacey asked a question that immediately changed the tone of the night. She told her sister to go back and rewatch the video carefully, not casually, carefully.
You have to change the colors.
You might be able to do it on the pump.
Oh, that looks so cool, and they're above too. Oh, that's so cool. That's weird.
Right in front of her daughter, something moved through the frame. It wasn't obvious at first. In fact, if you weren't looking for it, you could easily miss it. A faint shape passes across the pool area, partially obscured by darkness and the glare of lights. At first, it almost looks like a trick of light or a reflection, but the longer you watch, the harder it becomes to miss. The shape doesn't behave like a shadow. It doesn't stretch or distort the way shadows normally do. Instead, it moves with purpose, crossing directly in front of the girl. For a brief moment, it becomes clear, taking on a more solid outline before fading again. It's as if whatever it is shifts between being barely there and disturbingly present within seconds. What makes this especially unsettling is the timing. Neither the mother nor her daughter reacted in the moment. There was no flinch, no glance toward the movement, no sign that they saw or felt anything pass by. The moment came and went unnoticed by the people who were actually there. only the camera caught it. Lacey was certain of one thing. No one else was in the background that night. No neighbors, no visitors, no one passing through, just the mother, her daughter, and the pool. That certainty is what made the footage so difficult to explain. To rule out anything obvious, the family later compared the video to footage of the pool taken during the day. In daylight, everything is clearly visible. The tarp overhead, the pool's edges, the surrounding area, nothing in the environment matches the shape seen in the night footage. There's no hanging object that could swing into view, no decoration that could create that outline, no shadow source that would behave that way. The shape in the video doesn't align with any physical object in the space, and perhaps the most unsettling detail is where it appears. It doesn't stay at the edges of the frame. It doesn't hide in the background. It moves directly across the area in front of the child. What started as a harmless video meant to show off new lights has become something they can't unsee. And while nothing else has happened since that night, the impact has lingered. The pool that once felt calm and dark now feels different, heavy, uninviting. They still use it during the day, but nighttime swims, those have become rare. And for anyone who's watched the clip closely, who's seen that shape move silently across a frame, it's easy to understand why. In this footage that later circulated across social media and various local news outlets, a domestic dispute unfolds in a manner that feels incredibly raw and unsettling. The security camera captures a woman pointing desperately toward a man, her voice trembling as she explains to the arriving authorities that he is her husband and the father of her youngsters. She informs the police that he is currently armed with a large blade and has already made direct threats against her and their young ones. Her explanation comes out in fragments, fueled by deep fear. She notes that he had left the home before but returned, and she allowed him back solely for the sake of maintaining family peace. This time, however, she insists that the situation is different. This time, she is truly terrified. Police units from 16th Battalion responded at a quick pace to the call. When the officers arrive on the scene, the man is visibly agitated, gripping a sharp blade and refusing to follow any orders to calm down. The atmosphere is chaotic yet controlled, with officers issuing firm commands while simultaneously requesting backup over their radios. Their voices often overlap as they struggle to contain a volatile situation that looks like it could spiral into violence at any second. The man begins moving toward the police, completely ignoring repeated instructions to drop the weapon. What makes this video especially disturbing is the extreme emotional instability on display. The man appears disconnected from reality, alternating between intense anger and visible confusion. At one point, witnesses can be heard saying that the man is actually daring the officers to strike him, as if he is trying to provoke a violent reaction. The officers acknowledge that he might be suffering from a mental breakdown, but they are clear that their primary responsibility is the immediate safety of everyone present. They are not doctors and cannot pause the moment to provide therapy. They can only react to the physical threat standing in front of them. As the confrontation continues, the officers manage to disarm the man not once but twice, taking 2 separate blades away from his hands. Even after being disarmed, he continues to make verbal threats and advances toward the police, forcing them to back away while they wait for more support to arrive. One officer can be heard explaining very clearly that if the man continues to approach them while holding a weapon, they will be forced to respond with force. That statement hangs heavily in the air as the entire encounter feels balanced on a knife's edge. Slowly, through repeated and calm instructions, the officers finally begin to regain control. They speak directly to the man, telling him they are there to help and are not his enemies. They eventually separate him from his wife and youngsters, explaining that the situation as it stands cannot continue. They make it clear that a relationship filled with such fear and threats is dangerous for everyone involved. Eventually, the man is restrained and the weapons are seized as evidence. I feel terrible for the youngsters who had to witness their father in such a state. This is why I believe domestic calls are the most dangerous for everyone involved. It's a somber reminder how thin the line is between a peaceful home and a total tragedy. The outcome was only saved by the extreme restraint of the law enforcement on site. You'll know almost everything about AMG if you're interested in automobiles. Mercedes-Benz's performance division produces vehicles with easily 500 horsepower. This is a G63. It is now operating in Ghana and has 585 horsepower.
Come on! So you know off the engine. This one you can't off the.
The man ended up crashing with a smaller automobile as a result of his somewhat careless driving. Some sources have stated that the person in the automobile he drove with sadly did not survive because of the disparity in safety between these two vehicles. Even if the video shows otherwise, you could see him lying at the end about a car issue, claiming the accelerator was stuck. This footage comes from a mother named Gabby, someone who has documented nearly every moment of her daughter's life online. Her account is built entirely around her child, a little girl named Regina. For Gabby, this wasn't just a hobby or a way to share memories. After enduring multiple failed pregnancies, she once believed she might never become a mother. So when Regina was finally born, Gabby saw her as nothing short of a miracle. From the very beginning, Gabby recorded everything: Regina's first smile, her first steps, her first words. Every small milestone was preserved on camera, posted with pride and gratitude. Scrolling through Gabby's page feels like watching a highlight reel of motherhood, filled with warmth, laughter, and love. But hidden among those joyful clips are a few videos that viewers find deeply unsettling. It started when Regina was still a baby. Back then, Regina would often crawl toward the same hallway in their home. She wouldn't cry or seem distressed. She would just stop there and stare, completely still, as if something had caught her attention. At first, Gabby didn't think much of it. Babies do strange things all the time. They fixate on shadows, sounds, or patterns adults can't see. Gabby assumed it was nothing more than curiosity, but the behavior didn't stop.
Vámonos ya. Vente, mi amor. Vente.
As Regina grew older, the hallway remained the same focal point. Instead of crawling, she would stand there. She'd laugh, wave, and play by herself, always facing that same stretch of hallway. Sometimes she would play games of tag, darting back and forth as if someone else was chasing her. Other times, she would blow kisses into the empty space, smiling as though someone was smiling back. To many people watching, the explanation seemed obvious. Kids have imaginary friends. It's normal. It's harmless. Then recently, things changed. Regina's behavior toward the hallway shifted. The playful energy disappeared. Instead of laughing or blowing kisses, she began to hesitate. She would stop in her tracks, stare, and then back away. Her expressions changed from happy to uneasy. Sometimes, she would cling to Gabby, refusing to go near that part of the house at all. Whatever had once felt familiar to her now seemed to scare her.
Ay, Dios, ahora sí me asusté. ¿Qué pasó? Ay, Raichi. Mira, apunta para allá. ¿Qué, mi amor? Vámonos. ¿Qué, mi amor? ¿Qué hay? ¿Qué pasó? Ven, amor. Ven, amorcito, vente. Venga, mi niña.
Still, Gabby couldn't see anything unusual in her videos. No movement, no figures, no obvious explanation. That was true until one specific clip started getting attention. It was a short, ordinary video of Regina going through her nightly routine. Nothing dramatic, nothing staged, just some mother filming her daughter before bed. Gabby uploaded it without a second thought, but the comments came fast and they all said the same thing. Look at the hallway. When the clip is slowed down, something becomes visible. Near the hallway, inside a partially open closet, a dark shape moves across the frame. It happens quickly, just a split second, but it's there. A shadowy figure slips past, partially obscured, then disappears. What makes it worse is Regina's reaction. She points directly toward the spot where the movement occurs. At that moment, Gabby was alone in the house with her daughter. No visitors, no family members, no one who could have walked through the frame. Startled, Gabby checked the closet immediately after filming. It was empty. No one was there. Viewers became convinced this was the same presence Regina had been reacting to for years, the same thing she had stared at as a baby, the same thing she played with and now feared. Gabby didn't know what to believe. She didn't want to jump to conclusions, but she also couldn't ignore what was happening. And then another incident made everything worse. In a later video filmed in the kitchen, something appears again. This time, it isn't confined to the hallway. A dark figure moves across the room, passing through the space where Gabby and Regina are standing. It crosses from one side of the frame to the other and vanishes. Once again, neither of them noticed it in real time. It was only after viewers pointed it out that Gabby saw it for herself. Now the questions won't stop. If no one else was home, then what was caught on camera? Why was Regina being drawn to that hallway since she was a baby? And why does she seem afraid of it now? Gabby still doesn't have answers. She continues to record, hoping for clarity or at least understanding. Until then, whatever is hiding in that hallway remains a mystery. The camera records what appears to be a very ordinary and quiet evening. At around 8 at night, the neighborhood street is calm and looks almost sleepy. A man is sitting inside his parked car, leaning comfortably toward the open window to chat casually with a colleague standing on the sidewalk. There is no tension in his posture and absolutely no sign that danger is lurking nearby. Moments like this happen every single day, which is exactly why the events that follow feel so unsettling to watch. Without any warning, a different vehicle arrives and stops abruptly in the middle of the road. Several men step out with a confidence that feels very practiced and cold. One of these individuals immediately chases the collie away, clearing the area with a dark sense of purpose. Another man walks straight to the driver's side door, pulls it open and yanks the driver out as if he owns the entire station. The victim raises his hands high, signaling total cooperation to the attackers. His movements are slow and controlled, which usually suggests a robbery is about to run its course without violence. However, this calm is completely deceptive. In a split second, the balance of power shifts. The man who appeared compliant reacts with sudden and deadly precision. He produces a defensive weapon and fires at a very close range. The exchange happens so fast that it barely registers on the grainy footage, looking like a scene that accidentally skips a frame. The accomplice waiting in the getaway car hears the sound and does not hesitate for a single second. The vehicle speeds off immediately, leaving their partner behind on the pavement without a second thought. For a brief moment, there is pure chaos. The attacker tries to respond, but the outcome of the fight has already been decided. While the cameras do not show the final moments in detail, authorities later confirmed that the individual was found a short distance away and did not survive his injuries. What makes this footage so disturbing is not just the violent confrontation itself, but how quickly overconfidence turns into an irreversible and fatal consequence. A situation that began with total control and certainty collapses in seconds, leaving no space for any reconsideration. The second recording in this batch moves to a completely different setting in an hour. It's roughly 2:30 in the afternoon and the street is bright and active with light traffic and a very relaxed pace. A man exits a local business, crosses the road, and walks toward his parked motorcycle. He adjusts his helmet and prepares to leave, focused only on the routine act of heading out. Nothing about his behavior suggests he senses any danger. Across the street, two men are already watching him like predators. One pretends to be on a phone call to blend into the background while the other scans the area, waiting for the exact right moment to strike. They move only when the surroundings feel clear of witnesses. One suspect grabs the motorcycle's handlebar to assert ownership, while the other confronts the rider to force him to give up control. What follows is a very tense struggle where bodies shift and the bike rocks back and forth. Then almost improbably, a municipal civil guard vehicle enters the frame. The timing feels completely unreal. The patrol car stops, officers step out, and the dynamic changes instantly. The suspects raise their hands in surrender. Within moments, the attackers are restrained and escorted away. These videos stay with viewers because they strip away the illusion of predictability in our daily lives. This video comes from a girl named Amy, who explains that one night her younger sister became completely hysterical. The youngster was convinced she saw a stranger standing in the corner of their bathroom.
Where? He's tall? Do you still see him? Is he still in there?
Yeah.
Yeah? You want to show me where? In the shower? Okay.
When Amy went to investigate, the room was empty, but her sister was so visibly shaken that Amy began to feel a deep sense of dread. She knew the youngster wasn't lying. A few nights later, Amy was staring at the same bathroom door and decided to start recording. I feel terrible for Amy because having to protect a young one from something you can't even see is a true nightmare. This is why I never like leaving the bathroom door open at night. In this video, you can see Amy's sister fast asleep in the bed they share, totally unaware of the camera.
literally fell from up there.
Suddenly, the smoke detector on the ceiling just drops to the floor right in front of the mirror. But that isn't even the scariest part. In the reflection, you can see Amy's comforter slowly begin to shift and peel back, almost as if an invisible hand is pulling the blanket off the sleeping youngster. There is nobody else in the room and no one near the bed. It's a somber and chilling sight to see the fabric move on its own with such a steady, purposeful motion. Amy was terrified to her core by what she captured that night. It makes you wonder if the figure her sister saw had actually returned to their bedroom. There is no logical explanation for how a heavy comforter could lift itself into the air like that. It is a haunting mystery that remains unexplained. I'd never be able to sleep in that room again after witnessing such a disturbing event. What do you make of this? Let me know in the comments. The security footage from Osasco, located in the metropolitan region of Sao Paulo, serves as a chilling reminder how easily criminal preparation can dissolve in a heartbeat. These are not moments of random impulse. Each scene displays a high level of deliberate planning and careful timing. The individuals involved clearly believed everything would unfold exactly as they expected. What makes these recordings so disturbing is how that confidence completely collapses when it meets someone who is equally alert. The first incident occurs late in the morning, around 11 a.m. A man arrives at a local restaurant on a motorcycle wearing a red delivery jacket. This is a common sight in the city, allowing him to blend in perfectly. However, beneath the jacket, he is wearing protective gear, which suggests he was prepared for a violent encounter rather than a simple intimidation. He walks inside with his helmet still on, casually acting the part of a courier. To any youngster or bystander watching, it looks completely harmless. Then his posture shifts. His hand moves with dark intent as he begins to draw a weapon to announce a robbery. What he fails to realize is that one of the customers seated just a few feet away is an off-duty civil police officer. The officer recognizes the threat immediately. There is no hesitation or confusion in his movements. The response is fast, controlled, and decisive, ending the confrontation almost as soon as it begins. During the exchange, the officer's 27-year-old son, who was working nearby, is struck in the thigh by a stray bullet. The attacker also survived the encounter and was taken to the hospital in stable condition. When authorities searched him, they found a collection of stolen wedding rings, jewelry, cash, and phones. The video is unsettling because it shows how a carefully crafted disguise can unravel the instant a trained professional enters the room. The second video shifts to a high-risk roadway ambush. A group of criminals targets a vehicle using a very familiar and aggressive tactic. They overtake the car, slam on their brakes, and jump out with weapons drawn, expecting the driver to be frozen by shock. However, this driver identifies the danger before the attackers are even in position. Instead of panicking, he stops his car, opens a door, and responds immediately. This sudden reversal of roles throws the gang into total disarray. Most of them flee without looking back. While one does not escape the encounter, it is a somber reminder that awareness measured in mere seconds can alter the outcome of a situation that was meant to be one-sided. The third incident is perhaps the most disturbing because it was built on long-term surveillance. A group had been studying the daily routines of police officers who frequent a specific gym. They gathered details about their schedules and habits, planning an organized hit. One of the suspects had even been arrested just a year prior and was already back on the streets. However, they failed to account for an additional officer in the area. When the attack begins, the footage captures how quickly their control slips away. One attacker even drops his weapon while trying to retreat. In that moment, unexpected backup appears, and the dynamic changes instantly. One attacker did not survive while the others escaped with injuries. None of the officers were seriously harmed. These recordings show that even the most detailed criminal plans can collapse when a single unknown factor enters the equation. This clip left many outraged, and you'll soon see why. few adolescents intentionally struck an elderly woman who was simply on her way home. According to surveillance camera evidence from Indonesia, her situation is critical and she is currently in the hospital. I apologize, there isn't a joke. What those teenagers on scooters did is neither amusing nor cool, and I genuinely hope that the full law book is applied to them. This happened on November 1st, 2024. A man entered the Springboro, Ohio Police Department with a very specific goal in mind. He requested an immediate audience with the chief of police. Initially, the encounter seemed like any other daily interaction at a front desk. Citizens frequently visit stations to handle paperwork or ask simple questions. The body camera footage depicts a man who seems annoyed but is still holding himself together, clearly expecting a meeting rather than a fight. However, the mood in the lobby shifts the second he learns the chief is out of the office. His voice gets louder and his requests turn into aggressive demands. The officers try to speak to him with a calm pace, suggesting he leave a message or come back later, but he refuses to listen. He steps toward the officers and ignores direct orders to keep his hands out of his pockets. The air in the room becomes heavy with tension.
Gonna get the chief.
Did you hear what I said?
Did you hear what I said?
I'm gonna give you one more chance to listen.
Get
If you
the
want help,
Get the chief.
you need to
Get
leave.
the chief.
Leave.
Get the chief.
We'll sit here all day.
Get the chief. You can either do it or I'll find you.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
Back up. Get your hands out of your pockets.
No.
What makes this video so disturbing is how rapidly the interaction falls apart. In the man's mind, he is being disrespected and ignored by the authorities. To him, this isn't a scheduling conflict. It is a sign that the system is working against him. The officers try to follow their training by giving clear warnings to prevent the situation from getting worse. They tell him he is welcome to stay as long as he remains peaceful. The choice is his, but he refuses to take the path of de-escalation. As the officers move in to restrain him, the scene becomes a chaotic struggle. One officer shouts for a taser as a man fights against being handcuffed. It is a somber sight to see someone turn a simple argument into a physical battle. Once he is finally secured, the energy in the room changes. The officer's breathing slows down and one of them asks a very simple question. What is going on today? For the first time since he walked through the doors, the man explains his side of the story. He reveals that he was pulled over the previous day and cited for speeding and not wearing his seatbelt. He is adamant that he was wearing the belt and believes the patrol officer was lying. That single belief is the emotional heart of this entire disaster.
Okay, yesterday I got pulled over and was issued a ticket for speeding on Pioneer and no seatbelt. I was wearing a seatbelt. The officer lied. That's why I'm here.
That belief is the... This man did not wake up wanting to go to jail. He woke up wanting to be heard. He wanted the chief to admit that an injustice had occurred, but instead of following the legal process of making an appointment, he showed up expecting immediate results. When he didn't get his way, his anger took over his judgment. The officers explained that a chief cannot simply delete a ticket. These issues must be settled in a courtroom. It is a reasonable explanation, but it comes far too late to stop the arrest that has already begun. The conversation continues to swing back and forth between calm talking and fresh arguments. The footage shows a powerful contrast. When officers speak with respect, the man calms down, but when commands are barked, he pushes back. Despite the late attempts to lower the tension, the officers cannot ignore the physical struggle that just happened. They follow their procedures, photographing minor scrapes and documenting every step of the arrest. The man continues to insist he is right, refusing to back down even as he is being led away. By the end of the day, Chris Young was charged with 4 felonies and a misdemeanor, including assault and obstructing official business. What started as a complaint over a small traffic fine has now turned into a life-altering legal nightmare. This video is deeply unsettling because it feels so familiar to anyone who has ever felt frustrated by a system. It shows how easily a person can let their emotions override their logic, turning a minor problem into a massive tragedy. It captures the hard truth that the way we choose to communicate, especially when we feel wrong, determines the outcome of our lives. I feel terrible for everyone involved because this doesn't have to happen. This is why I always tell people to take a breath before they act on their anger. In this case, a seatbelt ticket became a felony record, all because a man allowed his rage to lead the way. It is a somber reminder to keep your cool. Just before sunrise on December 17, 2023, a calm residential block in the Pleasant Grove area of Dallas became the scene of a terrifying ordeal that would leave a lasting mark on one family's sense of security. It was around 6:30 a.m., the kind of quiet hour when neighborhoods are still half asleep, when Pam Miller was inside her home preparing for another routine workday. Nothing about the morning suggested danger. That sense of normalcy shattered the moment her home security alarm began blaring. At first, the noise caused confusion more than fear. Alarms malfunctioned sometimes, but within seconds, the situation escalated into something unmistakably real. A man kicked open the front door of her house with enough force to set off the alarm system. He fled almost immediately, disappearing from view, only to return moments later. This time, his movements were deliberate. It was as if he were testing the boundaries of the home, gauging how much resistance he might face. Pam didn't have time to think through options. She reacted on instinct. She moved quickly toward her bedroom, locked the door behind her, and then retreated further into the bathroom. It became the final barrier between herself and the intruder. With trembling hands but a clear mind, she called 911. As the dispatcher spoke to her, she could hear the sounds of the man pushing deeper into the house. Doors were being forced. The space she had always considered safe was being violated in real time. Later, Pam described her thoughts in those moments as simple and terrifying. She did not want to harm anyone. She had never imagined herself in a situation where she might need to defend her life, but the reality was unavoidable. Survival became the only priority.
Basically, I was just going to do whatever it took for me to survive. You know, you never really want to take anyone's life, but it was either going to be him or me.
Security footage from inside the house shows the intruder smashing through the locked bedroom door and moving toward the bathroom. He positioned himself and began kicking at the bathroom door, trying to force it open. With nowhere else to retreat and no certainty that help would arrive in time, Pam fired a single shot through the center of the closed door. Investigators later explained that the man's forward movement may have shifted his body just enough to the side to avoid being struck. The bullet did not hit him, but it did what it needed to do. The sound and shock of the gunfire caused the intruder to retreat. He fled the house, escaping with a wedding ring and some cash. What he left behind was far more devastating. From that moment on, Pam's sense of safety was gone. After that morning, silence felt threatening. Every unfamiliar sound carried weight. A creaking floorboard or a distant noise outside could send her heart racing. The idea that someone had been inside her home, inches away from her final hiding place, lingered constantly. The house itself felt different, as if it could no longer offer protection on its own. What makes this case even more disturbing is that the story didn't end with that escape. Just after midnight on Christmas morning, December 25th, 2023, police believe the same individual broke into another home only a few blocks away. This time, the house belonged to a mother and her children, all of whom were asleep inside. Interior security cameras captured what happened next, and the footage is chilling in its calmness. The intruder moved through the house slowly and confidently, as if he had every right to be there. He picked up a purse. He walked from room to room, pausing occasionally to look around. At one point, he attempted to remove a television mounted on a living room wall. He wrapped his hands in clothing and towels, possibly trying to avoid leaving fingerprints or DNA. When the television wouldn't come loose, he simply gave up and continued exploring. The most unsettling part isn't what he took, it's how long he stayed. Nearly 15 minutes passed before he finally left the home. During that entire time, no one woke up. The children slept through it. The mother had no idea someone was walking through her house in the middle of the night. The difference between that incident and an unimaginable tragedy came down to nothing more than chance. For both families, the psychological aftermath lasted far longer than the intrusions themselves. Pam and her family reinforced their doors, installed additional cameras, and upgraded their security system. These changes brought a measure of reassurance, but they couldn't erase the memory of that morning, knowing that the same person could return to the neighborhood. Even after nearly being confronted, made the threat feel ongoing and unpredictable. Pam's personal background adds another dimension to the story. She is a former Army Reserve specialist and had recently spent time training at a shooting range with her husband. She believes that preparation played a role in her ability to remain calm enough to act under pressure. Still, she has been clear that she never wanted to be placed in that position. Her story is not a call to violence or fear. It is a reminder of awareness. People don't prepare to protect themselves because they want conflict. They do it because they can no longer assume safety is guaranteed. Dallas police have not released a description of the suspect, which only adds to the unease. The man seen on camera appears unfazed by alarms, cameras, or even the possibility that people are inside the homes he enters. That confidence, combined with his willingness to return to the same neighborhood after nearly facing deadly consequences, is what makes makes this footage so deeply unsettling. The story stays with people because it exposes how fragile the idea of safety truly is. It shows how quickly an ordinary morning can turn into a fight for survival. It also shows that danger doesn't always disappear after being challenged. Sometimes it simply moves on, waiting for another door to open. This is not a story about victory or revenge. It's about the thin line between comfort and fear, and how easily that line can be crossed when someone decides that a locked door no longer means anything at all. In May of 2024, a man named Herb Bebebek uploaded this eerie footage to his TikTok account. The recording comes from a home security camera during the dead of night. It shows something that is both strange and deeply disturbing. Initially, the video shows a simple view of the property. The yard is still and silent under the heavy darkness. Everything seems normal until you notice a strange movement.
गम्बुट लाछ है
कपालले जिउरिन
कपाल जिउरिन
रहेछ ओ कपाल उड्यो
यो मान्छे जे
कपाल उड्यो
कपाल उड्यो छाया छाया जस्तो छ हैन गम्बुटबाट माथि क्लियर देखिदैन नि के गम्बुट कपाल उड्दै गएको छ
कपाल उडिरहेछ हैन
फेरि यो गर्दा कपाल उडेको जस्तो हुन्छ क्या अब
A pale figure emerges from the shadows and begins to walk slowly across the lawn. The shape looks like a woman wearing long, flowing clothes. She does not look toward the house or acknowledge the camera at all. Some people think this is a real person who looks blurry because of the low light. Security cameras often make shadows and clothing blend together into a hazy shape. Even with a logical explanation, the way she moves is undeniably spectral. She walks with a slow, rhythmic pace that feels like a dream. I feel terrible for the homeowner because seeing a stranger in your yard at 3 a.m. is my worst nightmare. This is why I always double check my door locks before I go to bed. It makes me wonder who this woman was and what she was doing out there. Was she just a neighbor who got lost in the dark, or was she searching for something she lost a long time ago? Maybe she is a spirit who is just determined to get her nightly steps in. The way she vanishes into the darkness at the edge of the frame is chilling. I cannot imagine waking up and seeing this on my phone the next morning. What do you think you would do if you caught this on your own camera? This footage is genuinely unsettling. I am being completely serious when I say this is hard to watch. This specific incident was captured in Honduras. If you look closely at the background, you can see Congresswoman Gladys Aurora Lopez.
No nos dejan entrar.
Interviene, dice la Constitución en el 205, a poder llevar a cabo la declaratoria si el
Gladys, viene Gladys Aurora, Teresita, Cali, también Teresita. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando ahí?
¿A dónde? ¿Aquí en el Congreso?
Sí, ¿por qué no entran? No nos dejan entrar.
In this video, a group of people are surrounded by reporters and are being asked several questions. Suddenly, an unknown individual in the crowd hurls an object. It is difficult to determine exactly what the item was, however, it appears to be a type of explosive device. The object detonated immediately. The woman in the frame was struck by the blast. This caused an immense amount of chaos and panic for everyone nearby. I feel terrible that she had to experience such a terrifying and random act of violence. It is frightening how a normal interview can turn into a tragedy in a heartbeat. Despite the intensity of the explosion, reports confirm she survived and did not suffer any major permanent injuries. Initially, it was unclear if this was a targeted attack or random madness. Authorities had to move with a quick response to secure the area. The investigation into who threw the device remains ongoing. This is why I always feel nervous in large, uncontrolled crowds. You simply never know what someone is hiding in their hands. In June 2025, a worker named Mateo Brandon Sanchez shared a TikTok video that might make you avoid funeral homes forever. Mateo describes how he and his colleagues have been hearing bizarre noises echoing through the halls. These sounds happen even when the building is entirely empty. As he records the room, he insists that everything is normal. He claims there are only shadows and silence around him, but at the 30-second mark, a terrifying event proves him wrong.
Miren, tenemos rato escuchando ruidos aquí en esta zona. Si vemos, pues está solo y creemos que pues hay algo aquí porque pues se empiezan a mover así como que medio raro, Miren, miren, miren, miren, miren, miren. Miren cómo se mueve, miren, miren, miren, miren. Miren cómo se mueve. No hay nada. No hay nada, no hay nada, no hay nada. Está mi compañero, pero pues si vemos estamos solos.
In this video by MYUU, we see a heavy coffin lid suddenly lift and open on its own. There is no one inside the casket and no one standing near the display. The visual is chilling, but the fear in MYUU's voice makes it feel much worse. Initially, some viewers thought it might be a spirit trying to communicate from the other side. Others suggested that air pressure or faulty metal hinges caused the movement. However, the quick motion of the wood makes those theories hard to believe. I feel terrible for anyone who has to work alone in a place filled with so much sadness and mystery. This is why I always prefer to be in well-lit, crowded areas at night. Shortly after the first event, MYUU posted a second update from the funeral home. His voice sounds far more frantic this time. He points out a strange object in the room that appears to be burned. He confirms again that he is the only living person inside the structure. The situation begins to spiral out of control as MYUU starts to shout.
Sí. ¿Cuál pinche que se ve? Que nada. Estoy solo a la chingada. Estoy solo. A la chingada. A la chingada. A la vida. No mames, no mames, no mames.
Furniture and various items begin toppling over in a swift sequence. It looks as if an invisible force is shoving everything to the floor. MYUU reacts with raw emotion, swearing and yelling while he tries to keep his camera steady. Skeptics think this could be a staged prank using hidden wires or drafts, but the intensity of his panic is very difficult to fake. If any part of this footage is real, it raises a very dark question. What kind of energy is powerful enough to toss heavy furniture in a place meant for rest? I cannot imagine standing in that room while objects are being thrown by something I cannot see. It feels like a warning to get out of the building immediately. Do you believe a spirit could have enough physical strength to move heavy wooden tables? This footage comes from Villa de Lawa, located in a department in southwestern Colombia. In this video, you can see a group of people traveling down a very isolated road. The path looks sketchy and dangerous even before the trouble starts. What happens next is truly terrifying to witness.
Dale adelante. Dale para la policía. Dale, córrele. Dale todo.
Estoy grabando la matrícula.
A red car suddenly blocks the path in what appears to be a kidnapping or robbery attempt. Initially, the travelers do not know how to react to the vehicle stopping in front of them. The situation becomes extremely nerve-wracking as the occupants of the red car move toward them. Local officials have not been able to determine exactly what the criminals wanted. The biggest problem is that this road has almost no law enforcement monitoring it. I feel terrible for anyone who has to travel such a lawless area alone. The people in that red car escaped and were never caught by the police. This is why I never like driving on deserted back roads where there is no help nearby. This footage is truly alarming. In this video, we see an observer recording a standard ambulance being towed down the street, but a massive disaster was about to unfold. Initially, everything seems fine, but we have to remember that these vehicles carry pressurized oxygen cylinders. I had actually overlooked that fact until you guys pointed it out. Suddenly, the entire back of the vehicle is struck by a violent explosion. The blast is incredibly quick and sends debris everywhere. Most people find comfort in the routine of a workday, but for one mother working at a local hotel, the shadows were watching back. While she went about her tasks, a stranger sat nearby, his eyes fixed on her for hours. She had no idea that he wasn't just a guest, he was a predator waiting for his moment. When her shift finally ended, she began her usual trek toward the train station to catch a ride home. But tonight, the silence of the walk was an illusion. The stranger followed her exact path, trailing her up the stairs and onto the deserted platform. On that platform, he did the unthinkable. In a frenzied, senseless outburst, he ambushed her, striking her 23 times with a screwdriver. To ensure she couldn't call for help, he snatched her phone and hurled it into the river before vanishing into the night. What makes this case truly bone-chilling isn't just the violence, it's the total lack of remorse. While the victim was fighting for every breath, her attacker was caught on camera buying beer and dancing through the hotel hallways. In a final haunting display of depravity, he was filmed partying with friends outside, mere feet away from where ambulance lights were flashing in the dark, desperately trying to save the life he nearly extinguished. A woman named Sandre shared a video on TikTok that will make you rethink everything you know about the afterlife. Ever since her mother passed away, Sandre has witnessed bizarre activity inside her house. The events are unsettling enough to make her feel like she is never truly alone. In this video by Sandre, she films the inside of a bedroom where something unexpected happens with quick speed.
In my house, my mom passed away. Like, why?
You can see a dresser drawer begin to slide open entirely on its own and move slowly and steadily as if an invisible hand is pulling it. Sandre walks closer to the furniture to show there is nothing nearby to explain the movement. There are no hidden strings, no pets, and no fans blowing air in the room. The silence of the scene is exactly what makes the motion feel so eerie. I feel terrible for her because losing a parent is hard enough without your home feeling haunted. This is why I always feel a bit jumpy when I hear floorboards creak in an empty house.
I looked underneath the drawer, I looked behind it, there's nothing making it pop out. And it seems like it's when I bring up my mom that something happens. Mom? Your cat's fucking weird.
Only a second or two after, Sandre calls out for her mother. The drawer opens again. Initially, it looks like a coincidence, but the timing feels like a direct reply to her voice. The precision of the movement makes you wonder if it was a purposeful act. Skeptics will say that she used fishing wire to pull the wood, even though nothing is visible in the clip. But if the footage is real, it shows a touching possibility. It could be a gentle form of communication from a mother reaching out from beyond the grave. The last moment of the video feels deeply personal and strangely comforting. It is rare to see a video that is both frightening and beautiful at the same time. I hope she finds peace regardless of what caused that drawer to move. Do you think this was a paranormal encounter or just a very convincing trick for them? Here's another short clip that is downright terrifying. There was nothing earthquake-like about this. Strong winds in Turkey were the cause of this. On November 20th, a recording emerged from a church in St. Louis that captured a moment of pure dread. What was intended to be a joyous engagement ceremony was suddenly shattered by the arrival of a total stranger who claimed he had a dark confession to share. The footage was so unsettling that it sparked an immediate police investigation and was scrubbed from most internet platforms almost as fast as it had gone viral.
Sorry. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm a murderer. I'm a murderer.
Cousin.
I need help.
Oh my God, Bradley.
I've killed plenty of people. I do not want to kill anyone else.
Bradley, come on.
I killed a
Come
lot
on.
of people. Oh my gosh. Please forgive me.
Come on, cuz. Bradley, look at me. We just came.
Move to the side. Please forgive me. Please, God, please forgive me for my sins. I am sorry for hurting other people. I do not want to hurt another human being as long as I live. I have asked you for forgiveness from this. Please help me.
Following the incident, the couple featured in the video released a statement to address the overwhelming public outcry. The primary question on everyone's mind was whether the encounter had been a staged prank, but the couple confirmed the terrifying reality. The event was completely authentic.
This is the story time to when our proposal got interrupted by a man confessing to murder.
I'm going to start off by saying that it is not AI, it's 100% real.
Since I posted the video, his neighbor commented and said that he hasn't been home in 3 weeks, which is when our proposal happened, and that her boyfriend saw him with like bloodied knuckles and said that he got in a fight with his...
While the footage has been handed over to local authorities and the individual has reportedly been identified, the police have yet to release an official statement, adding to the mystery. The woman in the video noted that the man had not been seen for 3 weeks prior to his appearance at the church. It remains uncertain if the stranger's behavior was the result of a sudden mental breakdown or a drug-induced episode, but the incident has left the community with far more questions than answers. A YouTuber named Beg shared this eerie footage back in May of 2008. In the first segment, you can see the creator walking through his home to perform a blessing in his kitchen. The atmosphere is calm until the situation takes a disturbing turn. Without any warning, multiple objects are thrown to the floor by an unseen force. At that exact moment, the camera begins crackling with loud bursts of static. This noise makes the chaos unfolding around him feel even more intense. The creator has trembling hands and his breathing is very fast. It's clear that he's genuinely terrified by what is happening in his home. I feel terrible that he had to experience such a violent disruption in a place that should be safe. This is why I always feel uneasy when I hear unexplained banging in another room. The video cuts off suddenly, but the story does not end there. Not long after, he posted a second video from a stationary camera in the same kitchen. What this second camera captures is even more chilling. If you look closely at the screen, a ghostly figure glides across the kitchen before vanishing. The movement is so quick that you might miss it the first time you watch, but once you see the figure, it is very hard to ignore. Skeptics say the objects were moved with fishing wire and the ghost was added with editing software. However, back in 2009, this would have required a lot of technical skill and planning. Initially, it looks like a simple haunting, but the physical force used to throw items is alarming. It makes me wonder if the blessing itself actually triggered the response. Was this a real case of a poltergeist or just a very clever hoax from the early days of the platform? Either way, it is one of the most memorable ghost videos ever shared online. It serves as a reminder that we might not be the only ones inhabiting our living spaces. If you ever see things moving on their own, would you stay in the house or leave immediately? This footage comes from a CCTV camera in Bengaluru, India. You can see a small group of people standing on a sidewalk. They are just talking and going about their day. It looks like a normal afternoon until the very end. A 42-year-old man was driving while intoxicated. He lost control and crashed his vehicle. The car came barreling toward the bystanders at a quick speed. Initially, the group did not notice the danger. Then they heard a loud noise and reacted with a swift jump. Most of the people managed to move out of the way. One person was struck and suffered minor injuries. The driver was also wounded in the collision. I feel relieved that nobody was killed in this wreck. It is terrifying how life can change because of one person's bad choice. We are lucky no youngsters were walking there. A young one would not have been able to move that fast. Always keep your ears open when you're near a road. On October 11th, 2025, a harrowing outdoor encounter was shared by a user known as Adventure Marksman. While he and his wife were deep in a remote wilderness scouting an old logging trail for elk, they were stopped in their tracks by a sound that mimicked a child in distress. Reacting quickly, they began documenting the area with a GoPro. However, the audio they captured defied simple explanation. Instead of a lost youngster, it appeared to be two distinct creatures using complex vocalizations to communicate with one another.
Holy shit.
Despite being experienced armed hunters, the couple was visibly shaken by the experience.
I don't know. It's time to go. Nice and slow.
The atmosphere felt so predatory and unnatural that they eventually chose to retreat from the area, though they noted a bizarre energy permeating that specific patch of forest. Before they could fully escape the woods, they stumbled upon one final inexplicable discovery that added to the mystery of the location.
It's got to be 12 feet high or 15 feet maybe, and the bark is just stripped. I don't know what could do that.
On January 20th, 2023, a man named Anthony Young shared a short but terrifying video from his home security system on Facebook. He asked his friends and viewers to help him figure out what exactly his camera had recorded in the middle of the night. The footage is quite short, but it shows a very clear and disturbing event. You can see a person walking around outside in the dark, with only a few faint lights visible in the yard. Initially, the scene looks perfectly normal and quiet. There is no noise and nothing seems to be out of place in the background. Then a very strange event happens near the garbage cans. We see a ghostly figure suddenly sprint across the open yard. The pale shape moves with a lot of purpose and heads directly toward the front door of the house. The figure vanishes into thin air before it ever reaches the entrance, leaving no physical trace behind. The quick speed of the apparition makes the whole moment feel especially unnerving. It is the kind of footage that forces you to hit the rewind button just to make sure your eyes were not playing tricks on you. I feel terrible for Anthony because the idea of a spirit rushing your front door is enough to keep anyone awake at night. This is why I always keep my porch lights on and check my camera alerts immediately. Skeptics have looked at the clip and offered several grounded explanations for the shape. Some believe it was just a small insect flying very close to the camera lens. Others think it was a trick of the light or a real person who looks blurry because of the motion. However, the way the figure runs and then instantly disappears makes those theories hard to accept. Anthony has not posted any updates since he shared this original clip. Because of this, we do not know if he experienced any other strange activity in his home afterward. I truly hope that whatever that fleeting shape was, it never actually found a way to get inside his house. This video was taken in the Russian city of Vanich, caught by a man who heard an odd noise. Yes, I believe he was aware that a drone was approaching, but he had no intention of filming the exact moment it struck a structure. It is still unclear why it crashed into a structure, and there have been no official reports on casualties or damage to date. Elementary schools are normally known as places of joy and growth. These are spaces where young ones take their first steps into the world, but when these buildings are abandoned and left to rot, the warmth fades away. A much heavier feeling takes its place. Some of these forgotten structures seem to hold on to a dark energy. In August of 2023, a TikTok user named Mike Runner shared a video of an abandoned school. The building had clearly been left untouched for many years. As he moves through the empty hallways, you can see a creeping sense of unease. I feel terrible for anyone who has to explore these places alone. This is why I never like visiting old buildings after the sun goes down. Mike finds drawings from youngsters scattered across the dusty floors. Most of the art looks innocent. However, a few pages show unsettling shapes that feel out of place. The imagery does not seem like the work of a typical youngster. The drawings are spread out across different rooms. It looks as if the school was vacated in a quick manner and frozen in time. A strange metallic voice suddenly cuts through the silence. It echoes down the hallway with a robotic and unnatural tone. It is impossible to tell where the sound is coming from. Some viewers think this is a spirit trying to communicate. Others believe the audio was added later using distortion effects. Still, the sound blends with the atmosphere in a way that feels disturbingly real. A large dark figure appears standing motionless in the corner of a room. It does not move or react to Mike. It simply looms in place. This shape is easy to miss initially, but it is impossible to ignore once you see it. Some say it is just a shadow or an oddly shaped object. Others insist the figure is too defined to be a mistake. The video captures an eerie stillness that many associate with haunted places. The laughter of young ones has been replaced by silence and decay. I cannot imagine seeing a dark figure watching me from a corner. Do you think this was a real person hiding in the school or something else? On June 12, 2000, what began as a routine commute in Rio de Janeiro turned into one of the most devastating tragedies in modern Brazilian history. A 21-year-old named Sandro Barbosa do Nascimento boarded bus line 104 with a concealed revolver, intending to rob the passengers. But when military police intercepted the vehicle, the robbery transformed into a 5-hour hostage crisis, broadcast live to millions of terrified viewers. Sandro was no stranger to horror. As a child, he had witnessed his mother's murder and later survived the infamous Candelaria massacre, where off-duty officers opened fire on street youngsters. Now, he was the one holding the gun. He forced hostages to the windows, placed his weapon in their mouths, and even staged a fake execution to keep the police at bay. While he whispered to the hostages that it was all a performance for the cameras, the tension outside was reaching a breaking point. The police response was a masterclass in chaos. With no clear strategy and media crews allowed dangerously close, the standoff dragged on for hours. Finally, as the sun set, Sandro emerged from the bus using a young teacher named Geza as a human shield. In a frantic, botched attempt to stop him, an officer fired, accidentally striking Geza in the face. Startled and falling to the ground, Sandro pulled the trigger 3 times, executing the hostage in front of the entire nation. But the nightmare didn't end with the arrest. Though Sandro was taken alive into a police van, he never made it to the hospital. He was strangled to death by the officers in the back of that vehicle, a final act of violence that left the world questioning who the true monsters were that day. The dashcam footage that is displayed was captured in a Moscow taxi. The taxi driver is simply following the route, but an unforeseen event is about to occur.
А? А, мы как раз по нему едем.
Стойте. Это большой? Я так не умею.
Можешь сам сказать, через МКАД ехать.
Спокойствие, мама, был поворот, по-моему, это... Просто я же не знаю, что это вообще.
Это вот туннель как раз.
Большой?
Да. Все нормально. Стоп.
Нет, подождите.
Что вы делаете?
Нет, подождите. Остановите, пожалуйста, машину. Остановите.
Тут нельзя останавливаться.
Я умоляю вас, остановите машину.
Нельзя останавливаться. Тут нельзя останавливаться.
Ну я так не могу.
Тут нельзя останавливаться.
Это большой. Я знаю, я пешком пойду.
Нет.
Евгений, сколько он метров?
Километр примерно. Тут нельзя.
Евгений, я вас умоляю.
Смотрите на меня. Все хорошо. Смотрите на меня.
Это же живописно. Евгений,
Тут нельзя. Нет. Дайте мне руку. Все нормально. Смотрите на меня. Все нормально. Смотрите на меня. Все нормально. Не переживайте. Все нормально. Не переживайте. Все нормально. Ничего страшного. Доверяете мне? Все хорошо, не переживайте. Все.
In fact, the women at the front began to fear. They went into a tunnel, which is why. Although I'm not sure why she was worrying, panic attacks can occur suddenly. He deserves praise for keeping everything under control and preventing her from leaving in the midst of the tunnel. That would have been extremely risky. Fortunately, the excursion proceeded as planned. A Reddit user named Lomdrix shared a video on the Ghost subreddit that might change how you feel about being home alone during the day. The footage comes from his mother's Ring camera and proves that broad daylight does not always mean you're safe. In this video, you can see his mother putting a leash on the family dog. She is getting ready for a walk and seems completely unaware of anything strange happening nearby. Initially, the scene looks like a normal morning routine, but if you look at the hallway in the background, a shadow-like figure glides across the floor. The movement resembles a person walking past a doorway. It is especially unsettling because the mother does not react at all, even though the shape passes right behind her back. I feel terrible for her because realizing someone or something was that close without your knowledge is terrifying. This is why I always feel a bit paranoid, even when the sun is shining through the windows. Ring camera shadows are sometimes just tricks of the light or reflections from cars driving by. Shifting sunlight or lamps can often create distorted shapes that look like people. However, this hallway does not appear to have any light source that would cast such a deliberate shadow. The stride of the shadow looks purposeful, as if it had its own intention. It does not look like a random blur or a technical glitch. Imagine replaying your security footage and seeing a dark presence just a few feet away from you. Whether it was a paranormal spirit or a strange camera anomaly, the moment is undeniably chilling. It makes you rethink the comfort of a bright room. In 2009, news crews in Monterrey, Mexico, captured a deeply unsettling scene unfolding in front of a luxury hotel. A young woman identified as Gabriela Rico Jimenez was filmed having a public breakdown while screaming a series of terrifying allegations. She claimed to have been held captive by a powerful group of cannibals, a statement that led many internet investigators to speculate she was referring to the Illuminati. During her outcry, she named several high-profile individuals, including Carlos Slim, who was then the wealthiest man in the country. The disturbance quickly drew the intervention of local authorities, who apprehended her as the cameras continued to roll.
Esta joven al momento que estaba protagonizando este escándalo en plena vía pública. Adelante.
A mí no me llevan. Ustedes me estuvieron ahí. Fueron a sacar una copia. Para que me intentaran. No, suéltame. Te voy a ayudar, suéltame. ¡Suéltame!
Luis, esta es la triste realidad de la joven Gabriela Rico Jiménez, quien, como observamos en momentos, intentó también agredir al elemento policíaco que logró someterla esta madrugada. Por eso que, bueno, vamos a buscar la versión de las autoridades.
Following her arrest and the initial media coverage, the case took a cryptic turn. Gabriela effectively vanished from the public eye. There have been no follow-up interviews, official status updates, or public records regarding her whereabouts since that day. Theories regarding her disappearance remain divided. Many observers attribute the incident to a severe schizophrenic episode and assume she was moved to a private psychiatric facility. Others lean into darker theories, suggesting she was silenced by the influential figure she attempted to expose. Because there has been no official word on her fate for over a decade, Gabriela's story remains one of the most enduring and disturbing rabbit holes in the realm of modern urban legends. A windstorm hit in Bursa, Turkey. The footage that follows is insane.
Eyvahlar olsun arkadaşlar. Eyvah. Eyvahlar olsun. Eyvahlar olsun arkadaşlar. Eyvah. Yok. Yapsa hiç yok, batıyoruz.
Some claim that these waves caused several vessels to sink at the same time. Since this occurred only a few days ago, the full extent of the devastation is still unknown, and as of right now, no fatalities have been reported. Nevertheless, I've seen numerous films of objects falling from buildings and other structures, so that might be a risk. How many of you out there are fans of the show Stranger Things? It has become one of the most iconic series in television history. If you have seen it, you already know that Hawkins' lab is a very unsettling place. In the show, the facility is tied to dark experiments and dangerous monster attacks. In real life, the filming location is supposed to be a completely normal building. However, a TikTok posted by JC Rodriguez suggests there is more to the story. JC is a huge fan of the series and simply wanted to visit the site in person. Instead of a fun sightseeing trip, he walked away feeling genuinely shaken.
It's moving, I can see it. It's closing.
Oh! Shut. That guy rolling out the window. It completely shut. The car is started.
Did you see it?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my
Look,
god. Look, it's opening again.
Wait, get on video, get on video.
Somebody record this.
I am.
This is paranormal experience.
There's no wind either. Like you can look at the trees right now. They're not moving at all.
Completely abandoned. No wind. There's nothing in there.
Like you can look at the plants, the tree, nothing is blowing. It's
right.
just opening.
There's no explanation for that. It's also so irregular that it can't be like
It's opening. It's opening. It's opening. No.
No, it's opening fast.
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
Oh my
That's the
God.
widest it's opened.
That fast too.
What is that?
It's opening and closing.
Oh my gosh. You're gonna need to send me that video.
Filming this? Okay, thank God.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I need to know the history of this place.
Is that a person?
Yeah, we're gonna save ourselves. Don't worry.
What is that?
What is what?
Do you see that?
Oh,
Look at my phone.
Definitely something moving inside. No, I see it.
What is that?
I see
Is
it.
that a person?
Is that a person?
Why does that looks like a person? I'm looking at JC's phone. It looks
Yeah,
like a
it's
person.
like a person.
I'm looking at his phone. It's literally a figure.
No, I see
You're
it.
recording
I
that,
see
right?
it. I see it.
Okay, so you could play back and show you guys.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, okay. I see it. Please put the window up. I see it. It's a dark figure. It's a dark figure. It's a dark figure. It's a dark figure. I don't like that. Ooh, brakes are on. Please. I see a dark figure moving.
In this video by JC Rodriguez, you can see the front door of the building moving on its own. It looks as if an invisible person is gently pulling it from the inside. I feel terrible that a simple fan visit turned into such a creepy encounter. This is why I never like exploring old filming locations alone. The situation gets worse at the 1 minute mark of the footage. You can spot what looks like a dark hooded figure standing on one of the high balconies. This person or entity is watching JC and his friends from above. What makes this especially unnerving is the history of the location itself. Hawkins' lab was filmed at the old Georgia Mental Health Institute. This massive facility has been abandoned for decades. There are no staff members or security guards assigned to the building. Nobody should be inside that structure at all. Initially, you might think it's just a squatter, but the way the figure lingers is very haunting. Why was a door opening by itself if the site is truly empty? The idea of someone observing you from a dark window is my worst nightmare. The next time you watch this show, remember that not every mystery is fictional. Some buildings carry their own dark stories long before the actors arrive. Would you have the courage to walk up to that moving door? This video shows times celebrity obsession is indeed unhealthy. Watch. Luckily, no reports of injuries, but people need to be smarter than this. Check out this incredibly bizarre footage.
Mother trucker. Bro, thank goodness I was slow.
Extremely slow reaction time, although I suppose he wasn't staring at the wheel, could account for his sluggish reaction. However, if I simply observed a wheel going in my direction, I would also be extremely perplexed. It was a normal day for this driver in Vietnam till this transpired. Two individuals fell off their scooter. Fortunately, the driver was alert and didn't hit them. Otherwise, they could have ended bad. A Reddit user named Small P shared a video on the Paranormal Encounter subreddit that has left the community baffled. Small P served in the Navy and spent many months of his life deployed at sea. He claims he witnessed many things he could not explain while on duty. This specific moment is the only one he ever managed to capture on his camera. The video begins with a view of an empty corridor lit by the cold glow of a security lens. Initially, the hallway looks completely ordinary and quiet, but after only a few seconds, something unexpected darts into the frame. A strange, dark figure moves with an unnatural bounce before it abruptly blinks out of existence. The people in the comment section were just as confused as the uploader was. One person said the shape looked like a character from a movie because of its fluid and inhuman movement. Others tried to claim it was just a young one running past the camera. However, the way the figure vanishes so suddenly makes that theory very hard to accept. I feel terrible for the sailors on that ship because there is nowhere to run when you're in the middle of the ocean. This is why I never liked the idea of being trapped in a small space with no easy exit. The setting of this video makes the mystery much deeper. This was not filmed on a busy street or in a normal neighborhood. The footage was recorded in the USS Ronald Reagan, which is an active Navy vessel. The ship was isolated in the deep ocean, far away from any other people. If it really was just a youngster, how would they have ever reached a military ship at sea? If it was not a person, then what did the camera Small P actually record that night? The clip leaves behind a very uncomfortable and heavy impression. You can only hope that whatever that entity was, it never appeared in the sleeping quarters of the crew. This horrifying footage was recorded in Asuncion, the capital of Paraguay. The date was February 16, 2024. Heavy winds hit the city on that day. Usually a storm is not noteworthy. However, the result of this weather was terrifying. In this video, you can see a man on high scaffolding. He was simply doing glasswork when the wind became violent. The gusts threw the metal structure around. This caused him to fall and hang on for his life. I feel terrible for him because he was just trying to do his job. Local news identified the worker as 35-year-old Angel Gamara. Initially, it looks like he would not survive the drop. He had to hold on while the wind tossed him back and forth. The situation required a quick rescue effort. Emergency crews made a swift response to reach him. Angel survived this event with only minor injuries to his left leg. This is truly one of the best outcomes possible. I am relieved that no youngsters were walking below the scaffolding. A young one could have been struck by falling metal. A soccer game was underway in a gated community in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Players were running across an artificial pitch on a quiet evening. Security cameras recorded the exact moment the piece was shattered. 5 men wearing police uniforms marched onto the field. They were armed with rifles and wore masks to conceal their identities. The players dropped to the turf to avoid gunfire. These men were not officers, they were killers in disguise. The gunmen walked to the middle of the pitch and targeted a man in a black shirt. One attacker stepped on the man's head and executed him at point-blank range. Police later discovered 2 more bodies nearby. How do you protect yourself when a threat looks like a rescue? Attackers use uniforms to bypass security and create confusion. Pay close attention to how someone in uniform acts and moves. If something feels off, do not wait to find out why. Leave the area immediately. A woman named Megs uploaded a deeply unsettling video to TikTok that captures strange activity during the day. She grabs her phone because she feels like something is wrong in her house. Her brother is sleeping on the couch while she films the living area. He is completely unaware that a disturbing presence might be lingering just a few feet away from his head. Initially, the room looks quiet and safe, but if you look down the long hallway, a faint ghostly figure appears to be standing near the door. It stays visible for only a short time before it disappears entirely. Just a second or two later, the figure is gone from the frame. Megs explains in her caption that she recorded this footage years ago. Even after all this time, she still has no logical explanation for what the lens captured that day. I feel terrible for her because your home should be the one place where you feel completely secure. This is why I always feel a bit nervous when the house is too quiet during the afternoon. If you compare the video frames, a vacuum cleaner in the hall stays in the exact same spot. This detail makes the quick disappearance of the figure feel even more bizarre. There is no shadow moving away and no sign of an exit. The shape simply vanishes into thin air. Some people think a real person just stepped back into a room out of sight. Others believe it could be a clever trick made with digital editing software. However, the video sat unnoticed for years before she finally shared it with the world. This makes the idea of a planned hoax much harder to confirm with any certainty. It seems unlikely someone would work so hard on a fake video and then hide it for that long. What do you think was standing in that hallway? Was it a genuine ghost watching the family? Or is there a grounded explanation we are missing? If a youngster was in the house, I would be very worried about their safety around such an entity. You should never ignore the feeling that someone is watching you, even if you're in your own living room. It is a chilling reminder that we may never truly know what is hiding in the corners of our homes. If I told you this next video is the strangest thing you will see today, you might not believe me. Since this is just dashcam footage, you might think you have seen it all. You're wrong. Whatever you're picturing right now is likely far from the truth. You will not be able to guess what happens in these next few seconds. This video was recorded on September 15th in China. The events on screen are so confusing that people online created complex diagrams to explain the physics. In this video, you can see a collision that looks minor. However, the result is anything but small. Initially, the cars seem to barely touch. Then one vehicle suddenly flips onto its side and slides past the other at a quick speed. I feel terrible for the people inside that car because that impact must have been jarring. It is frightening how a small bump can turn a heavy machine into a projectile. I always worry about other drivers when I'm out on the road. You never know when a simple lane change will go wrong. On a Tuesday in May 2025, a residential neighborhood in Pinellas County, Florida, became the backdrop for a traffic stop that spiraled into a full-blown arrest. It began when a deputy spotted a vehicle matching a bolo. Be on the lookout for reckless driving. The driver, a young woman already on edge from a self-described worst day ever, allegedly rolled through a stop sign, giving the deputy all the reason she needed to flip on the lights.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you have a bad experience at Pinellas County Sheriff's Office?
I have a lot of experience.
You're going to have another one if you don't calm down.
No, I can't calm down. I'm so beyond fed up right now. Like, this is actually ridiculous.
It sounds like you're just getting a ticket.
That's fine.
And then you can go about your way.
She can surely write me a ticket since she wanted to follow me since she's bored.
Okay.
That's completely fine.
Take
she
it
can
to court.
See me in court. Yes,
Take it to court.
She can see me in court.
But
that's absolutely absurd.
If you
that
battle
she's
us,
gonna follow
if
me
you battle us out
into
here,
my neighborhood,
you're gonna lose
because she wanted to get me a ticket.
She was the one from the bolo.
Okay.
And she brought in here. She did a stop bar violation, so I stopped her.
You still do welfare check based on the bolo. Cause why is she all hot?
Because as soon as I pulled up, that's where I walked up to. She's yelling, and as I'm sitting here, she's saying she's gonna punch me in the face.
I didn't even have to keep driving, but she was following me.
But the moment the officer approached, it was clear this wasn't going to be a standard exchange. The driver was already erupting in hot-headed fury, screaming into her phone to her mother. The air was thick with hostility, but it crossed a dangerous line when the woman, in the heat of her rage, reportedly threatened to punch the deputy in the face. It's a moment of pure impulsive aggression, a threat made in the presence of law enforcement that instantly changed the stakes of the encounter.
Mad at her for enforcing something.
I'm mad at her for following me for no reason.
Okay, well, you can't threaten.
So you guys can just sit there and follow people?
You can't threaten to punch us either.
So you guys can just sit there and follow people for no reason, without a reason to do so?
Sure.
641 Cup Ball, 575. Go welfare check 14.
Okay.
All right.
Have her get out. You can get out.
For what?
You're going to jail.
For what?
Get out of the car.
For what?
No.
I'm gonna get out of the. I will get out of the vehicle. I will get out. Let me get out. Oh my God, this is absolutely ridiculous.
No, it's not. What's absolutely ridiculous is you threatening to punch one of my deputies in the face.
Cool.
When backup arrived, the scene took on an even more surreal quality. The woman, now being told she was under arrest for the threat, shifted into a state of mocking disbelief. She laughed at the officers, calling the situation ridiculous and absurd. Even as she was being led to the patrol car in handcuffs, her defiance didn't stop at the car door. She continued to hurl insults, questioning the deputies' manhood and their career choices, accusing them of being bored and just trying to meet a quota.
5 cops for one person? That is crazy. Oh my God. I'm walking just fine.
Well, your stance.
Just tell me what to do and I can do it. You don't need to touch me.
You had a hard time doing that before, so.
You guys gave me one direction to do. And didn't even give me 0.2 seconds to get out of the car. So, yeah.
Hello? Anyone still on the phone? Nope. Okay. Keys. Wallet. What's your code so we can call your mom?
I think she's right there.
Okay. The black pickup truck?
Yeah. That's her boyfriend. Okay. Yes, please record, because they've already manhandling the out of it.
The tension expanded beyond the suspect as her boyfriend arrived on the scene in a black pickup truck. The interaction between him and the deputies highlighted a relatively new and controversial Florida law, the requirement for bystanders to stay at least 25 feet away from an active investigation after being warned. The boyfriend, skeptical and defensive, found himself on the receiving end of a final warning, a stark reminder of the legal boundaries that now define police interactions in the state.
All right, so you got to stay 25 feet away according to new Florida law. Yeah,
bullshit.
Yeah, that's a new law.
That is not a new law.
That is a new law.
Let me see that. Where is that?
Look it up. Look it up. Now, if you want to take her vehicle, you can take her vehicle.
I want to know what is going on.
I'm getting arrested for threatening them, apparently.
I want to know the whole situation.
She got stopped for traffic.
Okay.
Apparently,
in her neighborhood.
She's been In her neighborhood. So you stop people in their neighborhood?
A neighborhood.
No, a neighborhood is her neighborhood. So
Okay.
don't say a neighborhood. This is her neighborhood.
Does it make you feel better if I say her neighborhood?
Go ahead.
Don't touch me. Anybody else can deal with me but you, bitch.
Let me try.
She's gonna get cited. She didn't agree with the violation. She threatened to punch that.
What's your name?
What's my name?
Yeah. Identify yourself.
Deputy Mike Valenti.
Okay.
61652.
Okay. And you too?
Deputy Figicelli, 59060.
Okay.
And what's your name?
I don't even need to identify.
You're 25 feet away.
Okay, but I want to.
You're gonna go to jail too. 25 feet away.
I'm well.
We're giving you a
isn't
lawful
25.
order to stay
This is
outside
25.
of this investigation,
listen,
okay? This is your final warning. This is a new law. If you interfere with this investigation, you will go to jail.
All right.
You understand? You have been warned, as it is
You guys got
stated
a
in the
little
statute that is required.
little power trip right now going, aren't we?
We're not done recording with our cell phones.
Yes, you are recording.
I didn't say.
Yes, you just said, I'm not the one recording.
With my cell phone.
That's you. Well, okay.
As the officers worked to verify the boyfriend's license so he could take the car, the woman's monologue from the back of the cruiser continued. She alternated between claiming she was manhandled and mocking the deputies for needing 5 cops for 1 girl. It was a disturbing display as someone who felt completely untouchable. Even while restrained, she even went as far as to suggest that the deputy was only enforcing the law because she was bored or power tripping.
Oh my god, you think you're so big and bad and above everything else. That's crazy. You think you're so cool. Because you're a police officer. Crazy. You're just nothing. Y'all ain't got nothing better to do with yourself. Because there's nobody, committing real crimes or anything. Girl, you're crazy. Oh my god, can't handle shit, huh? You can't handle nothing. Absolutely crazy.
In the final moments of the footage, the woman's bravado remained unbroken. She continued to taunt the officers, suggesting they should be out fighting real crime instead of harassing people in her neighborhood. It's a chilling look at how a routine traffic stop for a minor violation can escalate into a criminal charge of friending a public official, all fueled by a hot-headed moment of lost control. The video ends not with a resolution, but with the hollow echoes of her insults, a haunting example of how a bad day can become a life-changing disaster in the blink of an eye. In this video, you can see a home security recording from the middle of the night. The property looks still and silent. Initially, everything seems perfectly normal until a house cat walks into the frame. A dark, shadowy figure appears right behind the animal. It follows the pet with a quick motion that looks too deliberate to be a trick of the light. I feel terrible for this pet owner because I would never be able to relax in my house again. This is why I always keep a close eye on my own pets when they act strange at night. A TikTok user named Tammy G uploaded the next piece of footage. At the very start of her security clip, something faint drifts into the corner of the screen. The shape is subtle. It resembles a pale figure moving through her living space. The entity appears unconcerned that a camera is recording its every move. You can see how the shape glides through the room without making a single sound. It makes you wonder if these spirits even know we are there watching them. Keep watching because this gets even stranger. The next video from Tammy G is even more unnerving. She decided to set up a camera in her own bedroom while she slept. She likely did this because of the constant activity she was already dealing with. As the room sits in total darkness, a shape appears once again. Tammy later shared 2 more videos showing heavy objects shifting around on their own. Each event adds to a growing pattern of a house under siege by something invisible. The The movement of the furniture is swift and seemingly effortless. Skeptics think these are just camera glitches or reflections from passing cars. Some suggest that clever digital editing could be used to create the pale figures, but the cat in the first clip clearly reacts to the presence behind it. This makes the footage much harder to dismiss as a simple hoax. I cannot imagine waking up and seeing a recording of a figure standing over my bed. What would you do if your pet started following an invisible person through your hallway? It is important to protect every youngster in the home if you suspect an intruder is present. A young one might be more sensitive to these energies than an adult. You should never ignore it if a youngster claims they see a person in their room at night. These clips leave behind a sense of dread that stays with you long after the video ends.
Hi, my baby, please, my baby.
I got her.
No, no.
I got her.
In Wyoming, Minnesota, a building was swallowed by a massive fire. The temperatures were in the single digits as firefighters arrived. Inside, several people were trapped with no way out. The roof began to collapse, making it impossible to enter the structure. Imagine the terror of being stuck in a burning room while the ceiling falls around. A 35-foot ladder was the only hope for those inside. In this footage, you can see a mother making a heartbreaking choice. She hands her child to a firefighter through a high window. The child reaches back for her as she is carried down to safety. It is a moment of pure desperation.
It's okay. Oh no. We got you.
Firefighters also pulled 2 adults and a cat from the thick smoke. Everyone was treated for smoke inhalation, but they survived the ordeal. This story is a reminder how quickly a home can turn into a trap. Do you have a plan to get out if your house catches fire tonight? Check your smoke detectors now. One small battery could be the difference between life and death. This next clip was recorded in Alberta, Canada by a professional photographer. She usually takes photos of the local wildlife. In this video, she captures a moment that received heavy condemnation from Alberta officials. You might wonder why she faced such a harsh response. I believe you will agree with the officials after you see what happened. In this video, you can see the photographer walk directly up to a bear den. The bear was actively inside the hole at the time. Initially, it seems like she is just trying to get a close look. Then the bear becomes visible and clearly agitated. I feel terrible that anyone would put themselves or an animal in this much danger. This is honestly one of the worst ideas I've ever seen. The bear was not bothering anyone until she approached. Doing this just agitates the animal and creates a risk for a tragic event. You can see the bear swipe at her with its claws. You do not need to be an expert to know that the bear wanted her to leave. This short clip comes from Damascus, a location positioned right on the front line of the ongoing Ukrainian conflict. In this video, you can see a drone hovering over a desolate landscape. This specific machine was a supply drone that had been launched just moments before the recording began.
Все. И вот так производится доставка на передний край. Туда, где не можем техникой заехать, доставляем таким образом. Лужа, не лужа, нам все равно. И все. Вот она и поехала туда на передок.
The device traveled only a short distance before it ran into an anti-tank mine. Initially, the flight appears smooth, but then a massive explosion occurs. You should keep in mind that Ukraine has now become the most heavily mined nation on the entire planet. I feel terrible for the people who have to live and work in such a dangerous environment. It is frightening to think that a hidden explosive can be anywhere under the soil. This is why I never like the idea of walking through areas that have seen heavy combat. The blast was incredibly quick and destroyed the drone instantly. We move from quiet homes with restless energy to a workplace where a presence has been lurking for days. A YouTuber known as the Alaskans explains that he was working late in his studio. At around 3 in the morning, he was finally preparing to head home. For several nights, he had been hearing unsettling noises inside the building. He heard heavy footsteps echoing through empty rooms. He also saw strange movements just at the edge of his vision. He claims that minutes before filming, he went to the bathroom and felt a hand grab his shoulder. It's at around running away, he decided he needed to find answers. He pulled out his phone to see if he could catch the intruder on camera. He checks the bathroom first. Initially, the room looks completely ordinary. He eventually turns to leave the area. You must pay attention to what happens as he steps into the corridor.
Hello? Alright, I think I'm done. I think I've had about enough for today.
At the time, he did not seem to notice anything. However, viewers spotted something terrifying in the background. You can see a figure briefly peering around the corner at him. The entity pulls its head back out of sight with a quick movement. The recording cuts off shortly after this moment. I feel terrible for this man because being hunted in your own workplace is a nightmare. This is why I never liked being the last person to leave an office building. Someone had been lurking out of view for days while he worked. There have been no updates from the uploader since this was shared. It is unclear if the situation ever escalated further. Skeptics suggest it was just a trick of the light or a shifting shadow. Others think it was a person leaning against the wall to look taller than normal. This would explain why the head in the clip seems so high up in the stairwell. Even if it was an elaborate prank, the footage remains very unsettling. Whatever this was, it stayed partly hidden until the perfect moment. Can you imagine the fear watching this back and seeing a face watching you? It makes you wonder how many times we are observed when we think we're alone. I have no words for the short clip. Observe. That person is incredibly lucky, wouldn't you agree? This chilling footage from China appeared online only a few days ago. The events in the video are deeply upsetting and truly grim. In this video, you can see several employees at a construction site. An industrial crane is active in the background. Pay close attention to the group of workers sitting together. A terrifying disaster occurs without any warning. The crane was moving heavy supplies through the air. Suddenly, the machinery failed and released the load directly onto the men. It is like watching a scene from a horror movie. Initially, the workers do not see the danger coming from above. The weight fell with a quick impact that left no room for escape. I feel terrible for these families who lost their loved ones so suddenly. This is why I always feel nervous walking near heavy machinery. You never know when a mechanical failure might happen. News outlets have confirmed the worst possible news. Every man in that group tragically lost his life in the accident. It's a relief that no youngsters were visiting the site that day. A young one would have stood no chance against such a heavy blow. Here's a collection of insane footage that transpired in Ukraine in January 2026. Take a look.
Ребята, у нас во Львове что-то въебало сейчас.
This clip is genuinely terrifying to witness and looks like something straight out of a science fiction movie. In this video, you can see the city being struck by the Oreshnik, a new Russian intermediate-range ballistic missile. I'm not joking when I say these images are some of the most unsettling I have ever shared with you. The footage shows several warheads falling from the sky at incredible speeds. These are multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, and they travel at roughly 13,000 kilometers per hour. Initially, it looks like streaks of light or even shooting stars. Then the impact occurs with a quick and devastating force. I feel terrible for the people living in the target zone because this represents man-made horrors beyond comprehension. It's frightening to realize that such a swift and powerful weapon exists in our world today. This is why I always worry about the escalation of modern conflicts. On the Ghost subreddit, a user known as the Proof Seekers posted a clip that has captured the attention of the entire community. The video shows some very unsettling activity happening inside a bedroom during the bright hours of the day. The recording comes from a stationary camera that is focused on the bed and the surrounding furniture. Initially, nothing seems the slightest bit unusual about the scene. It looks like any other quiet and empty bedroom. Everything in the frame is still and uneventful until the atmosphere changes with a swift shift. Without any warning, a deep and whispery voice can be heard saying hello from somewhere very close to the lens. The sound lasts only a brief moment, but the tone of the greeting is unmistakably eerie. In this video by the Proof Seekers, there is not much context provided to explain what happened before or after the recording. This lack of information only makes the footage feel more creepy to those who watch it. The voice is clear enough for you to hear every letter, yet there is no visual sign of a source. No person enters the room and there is no movement from the closet or the hallway. This total lack of a physical presence is exactly what has unsettled so many viewers online. Some people in the comments said the voice sounded like a sound from a nightmare. Others wondered if the audio came from a television or a video game playing in a different part of the house. However, nothing in the clip suggests there is any electronic device nearby that would make sense. The greeting is direct and feels as if someone is standing right next to the camera. It is not the kind of voice you ever want to hear when you think you are by yourself. It's a scene that every first responder dreads, a home where the basic instincts of motherhood have been replaced by a chemical fog. The call came from a woman's own sister who had received a FaceTime call so disturbing she couldn't ignore it. She described seeing her sister Erica completely under the influence, while her 3 toddlers, all under the age of 4, roamed the house unattended. By the time the sister arrived and took the children to safety, she found Erica naked, incoherent, and vomiting in the shower.
She has 3 kids.
Okay.
All under the age of 4.
Oh, okay.
I came over. I have her 2 oldest girls that she has a big fire. I took her 2 oldest into custody after DCFS took protective custody and adopted her. I came over here completely butt naked, completely drunk in the shower, and the 3 kids were here unattended. I removed the 3 kids.
Okay.
And took them to my house with my husband.
That was when then?
Today, right now.
So they're there
They're
now?
at my house.
Okay.
I came over here, so my sister called me today, right now, like an hour ago, and said, Erica just called me, FaceTimed me, and is crying and screaming. The 3 kids are over there. She's like, do you want to go over there? Because my sister's in the cities.
Okay.
So I said, okay. So I came over here, and Erica is butt naked in the shower. I think that's her puking. Butt naked in the shower, completely drunk, and her eyes are all, I mean, we can go in there. My mom's in there. I called my mom too, and I said, you know, Erica and I don't have communication whatsoever. I don't talk
Does
to
she
her.
talk to mom?
She does talk to my mom here and there. But I removed the kids. I want a DCFS report.
I will contact them, yes. I'll need their names and stuff. I'll get that from you here. I know she's kind of dabbled in, like, I don't know if it's meth or heroin or what in the past. Is she still...
She's under something, and the kids are not safe.
When the police arrived, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Erica wasn't just intoxicated, she was combative. As officers entered the home, they were met with a barrage of profanity-laced defiance. The most chilling part of the encounter was the utter lack of concern Erica showed for her children. Instead of asking where they were or if they were safe, she spent her energy hurling vile insults and bizarre accusations at everyone in the room.
Hi, Erica. I'm Officer Paulson. I'm here to check on you, make sure you're okay. Your sister asked me to come check on you.
What the calling these fucking ass cops?
You can't take care of your kids, Erica.
I can't take care of my kids. You little cop calling us.
Is that why they were unsupervised while you're drunk and high?
I'm not high. I can pass a drug test right now. That's why your little fucking husband beats on you.
Erica.
I'm not fucking drunk or high. You can pass the drug test right now. Why you call this fat ass bitch? Why you call this fat ass
I took the kids because they're safe with you. I will I press charges.
Stop. Press charges.
Touch me.
Back up.
Press charges. I got a whole.
Can you please put some clothes on?
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
You little bitch.
Stop.
You
Back up.
Bitch.
Back up.
Yeah,
You want 15? Can I get one more?
Kids. I of your daughter.
Right, and my daughter sure does say that your husband fucking my daughter. Right.
Tell him to step it up.
Right. Why the fuck is your little fat ass
Can you please?
Where's your
What's
voice
your name?
Officer Paulson.
Okay.
You can have
Right.
one expedite.
That's why my daughter says your husband her. Right. And he ain't even blood to my daughter. Ha ha ha ha.
Erica, can you please put some clothes on?
I will put clothes.
Thank you.
Why is this bitch in my house? You little fat
Stop. Stop.
Hit me.
I will hit you.
Hit me.
Stop.
I will hit you.
Let her hit me.
No.
I
She
wanna
is not
put-
allowed in my house.
This isn't your house. This is my house.
This is
Stop.
my house.
Stop.
Right?
Yes.
This is not
Stop.
in my house.
Stop. Stop. You're not gonna hit her.
Shit.
Stop.
Because this little hoe don't mean shit. That's why she lets
Can you
her
give her some
husband my daughter.
Can you get some clothes, please?
I will put clothes on because this little fat ass don't mean shit. Just because her husband doesn't
Stop.
settle her.
Can you give her
right?
some
Because
clothes?
you don't please your husband's needs, right? That's why my 12-year-old says that you beat on her. I will put clothes on right now, officer.
Are these your clothes?
I don't know. And I know she does not like me. She is my older sibling. And my 12-year-old daughter does also say that her husband her.
That's not good.
And he has a history of being a and she has no relation
See if you can find
to
her
me.
some pants, please.
No,
We can't find
she
any
doesn't
clothes.
need
I
to
don't know
find
if
me
they're
some
upstairs.
pants. And she is a piece of shit because she lets the father
I
of
just
her
want you to put some
children.
clothes on, please. That's all.
Yeah, you can. And I have a lawyer too, just like this little hoe ass.
Okay.
The situation quickly turned violent. Despite the presence of several officers, Erica's rage boiled over. In a sudden explosive move, she lunged at her sister, grabbing her by the hair and physically attacking her right in front of the police. It was a raw, unfiltered display of domestic chaos.
Can you please put some pants on? Stop!
My house, she's an alright.
Stop it!
You
Stop
got a arrest warrant to be in my house, you little fat. This is my mom's house. This is not your mom's house. I'm in your mom's house, you little.
Stop it!
Yeah.
Put your hands behind your back! Put your hands behind your back!
Oh, I'm so scared of you.
I did not touch you.
Put your hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. I've been waiting for her to get some pants, and then she finally just hit her again.
Oh, you gotta trust that little. Her whole husband's.
Stop! Stop!
As the officers moved in to restrain her, Erica's resistance only intensified. She screamed about her lawyer money and her status in the community, as if her social standing could somehow erase the fact that she had abandoned her toddlers to get high.
Nah, because I got the best lawyer in Henry County. You're gonna
Go that way.
this shit. Así como novia.
Cállate, no dejes, no.
Cállate tú, el putocito, pinche.
Stop.
Estás en mi pica,
Okay.
puta casa.
Look, you're gonna get additional charges. Just stop. Yeah.
She already got domestic
Stop
time
it,
3.
you're gonna regret this shit. With the little fat.
Well, here.
So who the f is arresting me?
Me.
Who is me?
Officer Paulson, I've told you that 5
And
times now.
I'll give
Stand up.
Cause my little fat ass, you little.
Stand up.
Nah.
Look, dude.
The struggle to get Erica into the patrol car was a grueling, miserable process. She spat directly into an officer's face, a disgusting act of defiance that added felony charges to her mounting list of problems.
Who is this? You a you scared of me too, you're a
Okay, come on.
Oh no, you're a and I got a good ass lawyer, you little
Have a seat.
Please.
Spit in my face.
Can eat my ass too, you little
Sideways, I'll tug her. She spit in my face. Did she? Yep. Okay.
Oh, I'm so scared of you, you little
Get in there, Erica.
I can't get in here. I can't get in here, you little I can't get in here, you little
You gotta get in.
you little grandpa.
Can you stand up?
No, I can't.
Well, you're gonna get in the car either way.
Nah, because I need my glasses, yo. You come in my fucking house while I'm watching
Can
my
you go over and help him stand her up?
Nah, you're not. And I got my lawyer, you little. What the
At the police station, the vitriol didn't stop. Erica continued to berate the officers and even the paramedics who were called to check her vitals. She mocked the EMS worker, despite knowing his family, showing that her intoxication had stripped away any sense of human connection or respect. To her, everyone was an enemy, and the fact that she was in handcuffs was a personal insult rather than a result of her own neglect.
I cannot wait to punch your little ass out. Little yes.
Fun. No!
You better take me off this cat house, you little 2-centimeter ass.
No.
The fallout of that afternoon was swift and severe. Erica was hit with a litany of charges, including multiple counts of domestic battery, aggravated battery of a police officer, and threatening a public official. While she sits in a cell, her children are finally safe. Currently in the care, the sister was brave enough to intervene. It's a haunting reminder of the collateral damage caused by addiction, how a mother's unbounded soul can leave a trail of traumatized children and a family broken by the very person who was supposed to protect them. This next clip has been circulating widely across the internet lately and was filmed just outside of Lufkin, Texas. In this video, you can see the perspective of a trucker traveling down a highway with a passenger by his side. As the pair approaches a standard intersection, they witness a terrifying event unfolding right in front of them.
There you go. About time. Thank you. Really? You idiots. Here we go. God damn it. God damn. That dude is not okay. He's gone.
A different truck suddenly pulls out into the middle of the road without checking for oncoming traffic. The driver filming was paying close attention and managed to avoid the danger. However, a truck in the right lane was slightly ahead of them and did not have enough room to stop. You can see the heavy cargo shift forward with a quick motion, smashing directly through the rear of the cabin. I feel terrible for that driver because seeing a massive weight crush your workspace is a nightmare scenario. It's frightening how one person's mistake can put everyone else in a deadly spot. Initially, the damage looks completely unsurvivable. According to the person who shared this footage, the driver was incredibly lucky. He walked away from the wreckage and only suffered a black eye. It is a miracle he was not more severely wounded or struck by the moving freight. This CCTV camera footage comes to us from Quincy, Illinois, and it captures a truly terrifying scene at a railroad crossing. In this video, you can see a Dodge Challenger driving onto the tracks. Usually, people get stuck between the gates, but this driver went onto the rails where there was no crossing at all. I feel terrible for the driver because this was clearly a massive mistake that will be very costly. Initially, it's hard to understand how the car ended up in such a dangerous position. The sports car is completely bottomed out on the iron tracks. A train could appear at any moment and a collision would be unavoidable. This is why I always double check the path ahead when driving near industrial areas at night. It's frightening how one wrong turn could leave you stranded in the path of a locomotive. Never follow GPS directions blindly if they lead you onto tracks. Watch for the reflective white X signs that mark every crossing. Make a swift exit from your vehicle if you ever get stuck on the rails. This next piece of footage is absolutely wild, though I must apologize for the blurry quality. I searched everywhere but could not find a higher resolution version or any clear background information. I also do not have a specific date or location for where this took place. Despite the poor visuals, you can clearly see a man recording his own skiing trip with a body camera. He ended up capturing something much more terrifying than a standard run down the mountain. In this video, you can see the skier moving through deep powder. I honestly expected to see an avalanche start behind him. However, that was not what happened at all. I was never expecting to see him launch his body off a massive cliff and land directly on a paved road. It is shocking to watch him fly through the air toward the asphalt. I feel terrible for this man because that impact must have been incredibly painful. It's hard to understand how he did not see the drop coming. If you look closely, the cliff appears to be the top of a tunnel entrance. It was covered in a thick layer of snow which likely hid the ledge from his view. Always check your path for hidden drops when skiing in unfamiliar areas. Wear bright colors so drivers can see you if you end up near a road. Never ski alone in out of bounds areas where help cannot reach you with a quick response. Watch for signs of man-made structures like tunnels or bridges buried under the snow. Do you think he survived that landing without any broken bones? How would you react if a person suddenly fell from the sky while you were driving? What you're about to see might look impressive to some people. It might even seem like a normal part of industrial work, but it is actually terrifying. In this video, you can see a safety mechanism working as a final line of defense against a disaster. This hydrogen trailer safety valve triggered to release an immense amount of pressure. Sources suggest the pressure was incredibly high, and I'm following those reports. This vent exists to prevent a catastrophic failure. If it did not work, the entire trailer would suffer a massive explosion. Instead of a violent blast, the machine allows for a controlled release of gas. Initially, the scene looks like a simple cloud of steam, then the power of the pressure becomes clear as it shoots into the air with a quick force. The person who filmed this footage said she was just cleaning her house with a vacuum. She noticed something moving inside the dust container. She looked closer and was terrified by what she found. Keep in mind that this event happened in Australia.
So this is from one day when I was vacuuming my room when I was living in Australia, and I vacuumed behind a cushion that was on my floor and sucked up a funnel web spider, which is one of the most deadly spiders in the world. This is a pretty big one. It was just in my bedroom. I hysterically cried for about an hour and then didn't sleep in my room for 3 days, so that's all.
In this video, you can see an Australian funnel web spider trapped inside the machine. Experts consider this species one of the most lethal on the planet. The woman shared the clip on her TikTok page to show the world. Initially, she was just cleaning behind the pillows on her bed. She accidentally sucked the creature up while she was vacuuming her room. This is true nightmare fuel because these spiders can actually kill humans. I feel terrible that she found such a dangerous predator in her own bedroom. It's frightening to think about how close that thing was to her head while she slept. Always shake out your pillows before you lay your head down to sleep. Seal any small cracks in your bedroom walls where a creature could hide. Empty your vacuum outside so you do not release a pest back into your home. Move with a quick motion if you see a spider and do not try to touch it. Welcome to Adana, Turkey, where a small group of people is sitting down for lunch at a local restaurant. It is about 2 in the afternoon and the customers are enjoying the shade of the building. In this video, you can see an air conditioning unit mounted on the exterior wall. It seems like a strange detail to notice until you see what happens next. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner suddenly suffers a violent explosion. The cause of the mechanical failure remains unknown to the public. Initially, the scene is calm, but a massive cloud of debris and dust quickly fills the air. This blast caused a lot of panic for the people sitting just a few feet away. This happened in Saudi Arabia. This isn't necessarily scary per se, but I feel like I had to include it. Watch as this man makes a critical error. This man did something that infuriated the camel, and if I'm being completely honest, my fury would indicate that the camel genuinely wants the man gone based on the way he's pursuing him. I apologize for the low quality footage, but this is a decade old. However, what the footage captures is downright terrifying. This next piece of footage captures a massive disaster in South Korea's Jungang Expressway. The event took place on January 15th. A pileup occurred that left 23 people wounded. Thankfully, no fatalities were reported, which is a miracle. In this video, you can see the total destruction of several vehicles. The road was covered in thick ice. Drivers were disoriented and shocked as they stood on the highway. The frozen ground made it impossible for oncoming traffic to stop. Initially, people tried to warn others, but more cars kept sliding into the wreck. Vehicles crashed into each other at a quick pace. I feel terrible for the victims who had to stand there and watch more impacts happen. It's frightening how a patch of ice can turn a highway into a graveyard of metal. This is why I always feel nervous driving in the winter. You simply lose all control once those tires start to slide. I'm taking you down with me is something this girl took literally. Poor guy did nothing to deserve that. Wouldn't you agree?
Muy buenas tardes con todos. Primeramente quiero dar gracias a Dios por permitirnos estar aquí. Me siento muy orgullosa de representar a la comunidad de Ramalpón. Es un honor estar aquí y quiero decirles de todo corazón que para mí todas somos ganadoras. Mi nombre es Yulisa Marely Dávila González, tengo 15 años de edad y muchas gracias.
In the town of Conchon, Peru, a local community is still dealing with a heavy tragedy from late December 2025. During a public event, a host named Albert Paredes Maya was working on a stage in front of a large crowd. In this video, you can see the metal structure that became the site of a fatal accident. Albert touched the stage frame and was immediately struck by a massive surge of electricity. The electric shock was so powerful that he passed away only minutes after the contact. It is a somber reminder of how a normal workday can turn into a nightmare in a quick moment. I feel terrible for his family because no one should lose their life while simply trying to do their job. This is why I always feel nervous around large temporary setups with lots of messy wiring. The local authorities have opened a serious investigation into the event. Initially, it looked like a freak accident, but investigators found major safety failures at the scene. It appears the negligence of the organizers put every spectator and performer in the area at risk. Any youngster in the audience could have easily touched that metal and been wounded as well. It is chilling to think that a place meant for celebration was actually a death trap. The community remains in deep shock as they wait for justice for Albert. We must ensure that every event space is inspected thoroughly to protect every man, woman, and youngster attending. My heart goes out to the people of Conchon during this difficult time. How often do we walk onto stages or near equipment without thinking about our safety? This story shows that we should never take basic safety for granted. It only takes one loose wire to change a life forever. I hope this investigation leads to real changes in how these festivals are managed. In this video by a witness in Panjshir, China, we see a scene that looks like a minor accident from a distance. However, the reality what happened to this man is absolutely terrifying. Initially, you might not realize the danger he is in. A factory worker is seen falling directly into a large tank filled with sulfuric acid. The fall was caused by an unstable ladder and a series of safety irregularities at the plant. Negligence at the workplace led to this horrifying moment. I feel terrible that this man had to suffer through such a painful and lonely experience. This is why I always worry about the hidden dangers in industrial areas that we never think about. The worker actually managed to pull himself out of the acid tank on his own, but even though he escaped the liquid, there is no official word on whether he survived his injuries. Sulfuric acid is extremely dangerous and can cause a person to be wounded or struck with permanent damage in a quick moment. The silence regarding his current condition is very unsettling. It's hard to watch someone struggle in such a desperate situation. We should all be grateful for the safety rules that keep us away from such hazards. What do you think happened to the worker after the camera stopped rolling? It is a somber reminder that safety should always be a top priority in any high-risk job. A quick lapse in judgment or a broken tool can change everything in a second. In the Yeşilyurt district of Malatya, Turkey, a powerful snowstorm on December 29, 2025 turned the local streets into a literal ice rink. The frozen surface made braking completely impossible for anyone on the road. In this video, you can see how a moving vehicle turns into a projectile. It hits a parked car with enough force to actually leverage the weight of the stationary vehicle. The impact is violent and sudden. Despite how terrifying the crash looks, there was only property damage reported at the scene. Fortunately, no one was hurt in this specific collision. I feel terrible for the owners who have to deal with the wreckage after such a chaotic storm. This is why I never like driving when the roads are completely covered in a fresh layer of black ice. Initially, the streets look quiet, but the lack of control for the drivers is alarming. A moving car on ice is a heavy object that cannot be stopped by human effort alone. If a youngster had been walking between those cars, they could have been struck or wounded by the sliding metal. We must ensure every youngster understands the danger of standing near a road during a freeze. It is a somber reminder of how quickly nature can take away our control. A quick slide can lead to a lifetime of regret if the circumstances are different. We are lucky that this event ended without any loss of life. After being struck by the Zagraya ship during a port entrance maneuver, the Princess and her squaw, Jessica's ship, anchored in the port of Dar sank without any casualties. In the quiet seaside town of Ocean Ridge, Florida, a simple traffic stop for an expired tag was about to devolve into a bizarre display of defiance. It began when an officer pulled over a Jeep Wrangler, expecting a routine interaction, but the woman behind the wheel wasn't interested in routine. From the moment the officer approached, the air filled with a specific kind of tension, the kind that arises when someone believes they exist outside the laws of the society they live in. The woman immediately launched into a script familiar to law enforcement, the sovereign citizen defense. She questioned the legality of the stop, demanding to know if she had committed a crime or hurt anyone. When the officer pointed out her expired registration, she countered with a chillingly calm insistence that she wasn't driving but traveling. It's a linguistic game played by those who believe that by using specific magic words, they can bypass the authority of the badge.
Well, I'll need your license. You have a choice, okay? And I'm going to explain this to you really probably once or twice to you, okay? I will call my supervisor, but if you fail to produce your information...
Call your supervisor. I'm not failing to do anything. I'm asking for you.
No, yes, you are.
No, I'm asking for your supervisor.
It's upon demand.
I'm demanding your supervisor.
No, you don't get to demand my supervisor.
Servant.
You wait. Because
you serve the public.
Yes.
I didn't cause any crime. I didn't hurt anybody. I'm not...
526, would you 56 me here? Now I need your license, please.
I'm not doing anything commercially. So
your tag is expired. Come here, I'll show you.
No.
It's right here.
Okay.
Stay here, don't move.
Expired vehicle registration. Driver license not valid. 2018. White. G. Utility.
As the officer's patience began to wear thin, the woman's tone shifted from inquisitive to arrogant. She demanded a supervisor, convinced that a higher-ranking officer would somehow validate her distorted view of the law. She sat in her vehicle filming the encounter, seemingly emboldened by her own rhetoric. But what she didn't realize was that her refusal to provide a license and registration was transforming a simple citation into a criminal offense. When the supervisor finally arrived, the atmosphere reached a breaking point. The woman, still clinging to her traveling defense, asked once more if the stop was lawful or legal. The supervisor didn't waste time with a philosophy lesson.
The tag is expired, and she won't produce her driver's license, registration, or insurance.
Okay.
She's traveling.
Okay. Hi. Good. How you doing?
I'm doing
good. So I'm the day shift
now.
supervisor.
Hi.
This officer has conducted a lawful traffic stop.
Is it lawful or illegal?
It's a lawful traffic stop.
It is. And
yes.
what law am I
Well,
am I breaking?
Apparently, you're
What law is that?
Okay. Can we see license and registration?
That has nothing to
Okay.
do
10:15.
with because are you
You're under arrest.
okay? For
No.
what? Why are you arresting me? Is your
Yeah. You know what for. Right? Welcome to America.
wow?
This is
Please
not.
don't-
This isn't.
Don't resist.
I'm not resisting.
Yes, you are.
This is not even my car. I did not.
Lock this.
This is crazy.
As she was led away, she began to plead that it wasn't even her car, a desperate attempt to distance herself from the very vehicle she claimed she had a sovereign right to travel in. The arrogance that had fueled her arguments just moments before evaporated, replaced by the cold reality of a jail cell. At the police station, the defiance returned in a hollow, desperate form. Inside the holding cell, she continued to argue semantics, claiming the officers never asked for an ID, only a driver's license. It was a final pathetic attempt to win a legal battle that she had already lost the moment she decided the rules didn't apply to her.
Why step into there? Why are you putting me in here?
Why am I putting in here?
Yes.
Why do you think I'm putting in here?
Why are you putting me in here? This is absurd.
Turn around.
Wow. This is absurd.
What you're gonna do is provide your driver's license.
This encounter serves as a disturbing look at the sovereign citizen movement, a reminder how a few distorted ideas can lead an ordinary person to challenge the very foundation of public safety, turning a simple afternoon drive into a fast track to a criminal record. In this footage, we see a forklift carrying a tall pile of panels. The load is not secured or tied down in any way. This creates a major tipping hazard as soon as the lift begins to lower. You can see the panels start to shift toward a worker standing nearby. Operators should never move a machine near people with an unstable load. The panels fall with a quick force that traps the man underneath. I feel awful that he was put in this position by a coworker. It's a terrifying reminder of how dangerous a warehouse can be. Someone should tell this biker to look before switching lanes. Good thing he didn't get hurt. In this video, we see a worker performing a task on a very steep roof. He decided to leave his slippers behind to climb even higher. Initially, he thinks his bare feet will give him better grip. This was a massive mistake that left him with no traction at all. As he reaches the top, he loses his footing and begins to slide. He moves down the pitched surface at a quick speed. I feel sick watching him struggle to find something to grab. This is why I never like being on high structures without a safety line. Always wear proper safety boots with high traction soles. Use a harness that is securely anchored to the building. Avoid working on roofs during high winds or wet conditions. New Year's Eve in Angra dos Reis, located on the beautiful coast of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, was meant to be a time of celebration. However, the night quickly turned into a scene of absolute terror for those in attendance. In this video, you can see a large crowd gathered to watch the festive pyrotechnic show. A major malfunction occurred within the fireworks display during the height of the party. Instead of launching safely into the night sky, the explosives were directed toward the unsuspecting people below. Initially, the spectators were cheering and filming the lights. Then the rockets began to rain down on the beach with a quick and violent force. The sudden shift caused massive panic and chaos as everyone scrambled to find cover from the falling fire. I feel terrible for the families who just wanted to enjoy a holiday and ended up running for their lives. This is why I never like being in the middle of large crowds. During firework events, you're completely at the mercy of the equipment. Authorities are still investigating the specific defect that caused this dangerous failure. At least 3 people were wounded during the incident. For the guests who were present, the celebration ended in the most horrific way imaginable. It is a miracle that more people were not struck by the flying projectiles.
Jesse, why did you rape those girls, Jesse? Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Are you as dumb as they say you are, Jesse? Is that why you were adjudicated a juvenile, because you're that stupid? Are you that dumb, Jesse? Why did you rape the girls?
Here's a story that could drive you insane if the internet doesn't already enrage you enough on a regular basis. Jesse Butler is a young person in this video, and the reason this man is criticizing him in this manner is because Jesse was recently found not guilty of sexually abusing 2 females. Furthermore, many believe that his father's ties may have contributed to the lenient punishment.
Jackie, why are you defending your rapist son? Jesse, come on, talk to us. Why'd you rape the girls? Come on, Jackie. Let him talk to us. Let him explain why he raped them.
Do you feel bad for raping a rapist?
Why'd you rape him?
Do you feel bad for being a rapist, Jesse?
Why'd you rape him?
You see, Mr. Butler, the senior, was once OSU's football director. Additionally, others believe that the judge accepted a plea offer since sports are very important in this region of the United States. Either way, it's really embarrassing, isn't it? In this clip, you can see 2 workers climb onto a mobile scaffold. Both of them make the mistake of standing on the same side of the platform. Initially, the metal frame seems to hold their weight. However, the distribution is uneven and the center of gravity shifts. The entire structure begins to tip over with a swift motion. They both fall to the ground as the scaffold collapses on top of them. I feel terrible that they did not take a second to balance the load. It is frightening how a stable platform can become a trap so fast. Spread the weight evenly across any work surface. Never exceed the maximum load limit listed on the equipment. Check that the ground is level before you start your climb. The new year has only just begun and Venezuela is already the focus of a major global crisis. In the early hours of January 3rd, 2026, the city of Caracas was rocked by loud explosions. In this video, you can hear the roar of low-flying jets passing over the buildings. The footage shows the night sky lighting up as the conflict begins. Initially, many people were confused about what was happening in the darkness. President Donald Trump soon confirmed that he personally ordered these military strikes. He also stated that United States forces successfully captured Nicolas Maduro during the operation. The local government is calling this a cowardly attack on their nation. I feel terrible for the families who had to wake up to the sounds of war in their backyard. It is frightening to think how a quick change in politics can lead to a full-scale invasion. However, several new videos show a very different side of the story. You can see large groups of people celebrating in the streets despite the danger.
Mira, pero ven acá, no se metan para acá, no saben lo que hay ahí que se queda. Sí.
pasa, weón?
Mamá huevo, qué locura. Moscaí, Moscaí, mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda, porque tú me estás explotando.
Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, ¿o yo?
Huevo.
Marico, llegamos a tiempo a la casa, ¿o yo?
Marico, mira esa mierda.
The citizens seem to believe this marks the final end of the long-standing regime. I never like seeing violence, but the joy in these clips suggests how much the population has suffered. Watching them cheer while jets are still in the air is truly surreal. One swift strike has changed the entire future of this country in a single night. Outdoor Family is a YouTube channel from Turkey known for peaceful camping trips in beautiful remote areas. Their videos usually focus on family bonding, slow living, and cooking over a warm campfire. However, during one trip, their experience became anything but peaceful. Their quiet night was disturbed by something silently circling their tent in the dark. This threat was not a storm or a group of strangers.
Çok güzel bir manzara.
Ne güzel olmuş
ya. Bulutlar harika.
Harikadır. Aynı şeydesin.
The family chose a quiet spot in a forest near an open clearing to set up their camp. It was autumn, so the air was cool and the ground was covered in golden leaves. Initially, the setting seemed nearly perfect for their adventure. They spent the day gathering firewood and drinking tea under the clear sky, but as the sun began to set, they heard strange sounds echoing through the deep trees.
Ses geldi baba.
Ne?
Evet. Hayvan sesi ya. Ne oldu ya? Çakal mı, kurt mu?
Bir şey gözüküyor mu?
Yok bir şey.
Ha?
Yok bir şey. Bu etraflarda hayvan çok. Kurt var, çakal var, ayı var.
Initially, it sounded like normal wildlife noises, like snapping twigs or distant howls, but as the family headed into the tent for the night, the sounds moved much closer.
Başka? Duydun mu?
Ne?
Bir şey çadırı vurdu. Başka?
Bir bakayım.
Aşkım dikkat et.
Hı? Bir bakayım.
Hava dikkatli ol. Avat.
Efendim?
Neredesin?
Bu evde, benim.
Neydi?
Bilmiyorum. Bir şey görmem. Hayvan ne? Bu etrafta. Hadi canım hadi. Gidelim. Şey.
They heard heavy steps and the rustling of something moving around their perimeter. Inside the tent, the dog became very restless. Then something suddenly struck the fabric of the tent from the outside. I feel terrible for the family because that level of fear would make it impossible to sleep. This is why I always feel a bit nervous when I'm in the deep woods at night. The father stepped outside with a flashlight and swept the beam across the clearing. He saw nothing, but the sense of unease remained. They spent the rest of the night in a state of high tension and fragmented sleep.
Ne oldu? Bir şey mi buldun? Her yer çamur ya.
Baba bu neyse?
Bu mu? Bu kurt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bak.
Çok güzel.
Çok büyük ya. Görüyor musun? Bayağı da büyük. Dün gecedeki kurt olabilir. Burada her neyse istersen var ya bak. Domuz. İnek. Kurt. Ayı da olabilir.
Bak.
O da var.
Başka? Bir şey yakaladı mı?
Bilmiyorum bir bakayım. Bir saniye. Kurt gibi bir şey. Kurt.
Gerçekten?
Evet. 20 çekim yapmış. Çadır etrafında dolaşıyor.
Belliydi zaten.
Evet. Kurt.
Sesi geliyordu.
Evet, dün gece bayağı dolaştı bizim etrafımızda. Gözükmüyor burada. Neyse iyiymiş.
In the morning, the family found large paw prints in the mud surrounding their tent. These tracks were too distinct to belong to a stray dog. They reviewed the trail camera footage they had set up the night before. The video showed a gray wolf circling their tent for a large part of the night. It moved quietly just yards away from where the family and any youngster were sleeping. The animal did not charge or attack, but it watched and lingered for a long time. At one point, the wolf walked directly past the camera lens. Its eyes caught the infrared glow before it vanished back into the dark woods. This discovery shifted the entire tone of their trip. While the forest looked safe in the sun, it was clear the wilderness was far wilder than they expected. They soon found even more tracks further out from the camp. They saw signs of wild boar, cows, and even what could have been a bear. It was obvious that they had set up their camp in an active territory for predators. I would be so shaken up if I found out a wolf was watching me through a thin layer of fabric. Do you think you could stay the night in a place where wolves are known to hunt? The wolf never tried to enter the tent, and no one was wounded or hurt, but the family left with a realization that humans are only guests in the wild. Sometimes the residents of the land choose to watch us from just beyond the reach of our campfire light. It is a haunting thought that something could be inches away while you sleep. What would you do if you woke up to a wolf standing outside your tent door? Safety tips for forest camping. Keep all food inside airtight containers to avoid attracting hungry animals. Build a large fire and keep it burning to act as a barrier against predators. Never let a youngster wander away from the campsite after the sun sets. Always keep a light source and a noisemaker inside the tent with you. Check the area for fresh tracks or animal droppings before you pitch your tent. If you see a wolf, do not run, but make yourself look as large as possible. In this video, you can see a man performing a task that is incredibly dangerous. He is standing on a ladder that he placed on top of a mobile scaffold. The worker is high in the air without a spotter to watch his back. He also made the mistake of not locking the wheels on the base. Initially, he seems to be doing fine while he reaches for his work. Then the scaffold begins to roll away from the wall with a quick motion. I feel terrible for him because he has absolutely no way to stop the movement. It is frightening how one small oversight can lead to a long fall. Always lock your wheels before you climb a platform. In this video, a concrete mixer truck has become stuck in the mud. A crawler excavator moves in to try and push the heavy vehicle out. Initially, the plan seems to be working as the truck moves forward. Then something goes wrong with the angle of the push. The excavator's center of gravity shifts and the machine tips over. The massive piece of equipment falls onto its side with a quick thud. I feel terrible for the driver who was trapped inside the cabin. This is why I never like being near heavy machinery on soft ground. In this video, we see a terrifying accident that took place in Laughlin, Nevada. The event happened on December 15th, 2025 and was caused by excessive speed. You can see the vehicle moving much too fast before it loses control. Initially, the car strikes a wall with a quick impact. The force of the crash ejected the driver from her seat and into the air. I feel terrible for anyone who has to experience such a violent loss of control. By a stroke of incredible luck, she landed in a backyard swimming pool. This pool was the only spot in the entire yard that could have cushioned her fall. In this footage by local authorities, we see her being pulled from the water. She was conscious when help arrived at the scene. Only 15 minutes later, she was already standing and speaking to the police. It is a miracle that she was not severely wounded or struck by the debris. The story of Mary Wojtyla, often cited as Mary Woodchoke Tilla in phonetic transcriptions, remains one of the most haunting and widely utilized cautionary tales in modern safety education. Her story serves as a visceral, permanent reminder of why warning signals at railway crossings must never be disregarded. This catastrophic event occurred on the late afternoon on August 26, 1991 in Downers Grove, Illinois. On that particular Monday around 5 p.m., the Fairview Avenue station, one of the primary hubs on the BNSF commuter line, was bustling with activity. Among the crowd were a dedicated train spotter and his young grandson. They had arrived equipped with a video camera to document a specific piece of transit history, the Burlington Northern E9 commuter train, which was nearing the end of its operational life on the Metro line. The pair positioned their tripod and recording gear near the pedestrian crosswalk facing the 3 parallel sets of tracks. The footage they captured that day began as a routine documentation of transit, but quickly transformed into a chilling historical record. The video reveals a startling reality of the early 1990s, a widespread casual indifference toward railway safety protocols. In the footage, a stationary train is seen idling at the platform while passengers disembark. The crossing gates are down and the red lights are flashing continuously. Despite these warnings, dozens of commuters are seen ducking under the barriers and stepping over the rails. During this era, many pedestrians treated railway crossings with the same informal judgment they applied to jaywalking. Because the gates and electronic signals were relatively new additions to some stations, locals often relied on their own senses, sight and sound, rather than the automated warnings. There was a false sense of security born from a lifetime of living near the tracks. People believed they could outsmart the machinery or accurately predict a train's arrival. The fatal illusion: trains are deceptively quiet when approaching at high speeds, and their massive size creates an optical illusion that makes them appear to be moving slower than they actually are. Mary Wojtyla was a 41-year-old mother of 3 from Chicago. At the time of the incident, she was in the midst of a divorce and was heading to a nearby office to sign the final papers that would signal the start of a new chapter in her life. She was accompanied by her attorney as they hurried toward the Fairview Avenue station. As they approached the tracks, the barriers remained lowered. Most people in the crowd assumed the signals were active only because of the unloading train currently stopped at the station. However, this stationary train created a massive blind spot, obscuring the middle track. A woman standing near the gate can be seen on film, hesitating and stopping. She had sensed something was wrong. Mary and her lawyer, seemingly in a great rush, bypassed her and stepped onto the tracks. The idling train muffled the sound of an oncoming express train and blocked it from view. The lawyer, who was slightly ahead, caught a glimpse of the approaching Burlington Northern E9 at the very last microsecond and managed to recoil. The impact. Mary did not see it. She stepped directly into the path of the train, which was traveling at approximately 60 miles per hour. The impact was instantaneous and violent. Mary was thrown with such force that her body struck the cameraman and his equipment. The horrific nature of the collision meant she perished instantly. The consequences extended beyond the loss of life. The man filming suffered a broken leg from the impact of Mary's body. His grandson was struck by flying debris, and the train operators, who didn't even realize they had hit someone until 10 minutes later, along with dozens of witnesses, were left with deep emotional scars. Today, this footage is a cornerstone of the Operation Lifesaver program. It is used in safety presentations across the globe to demonstrate that cleverness and familiarity are no match for the physics of a moving train. In this footage, a worker is repairing a traffic light from a boom lift. He is high above the road while cars pass by underneath him. A large truck approaches the intersection at a quick speed. The trailer does not have enough clearance to pass under the bucket. The truck strikes the platform and causes the bucket to tip over. The worker is thrown out of his workspace with a swift jerk. I feel awful for him because he had no warning before the impact. It's terrifying to be suspended over a busy road like that. Use cones to close a lane directly under your work area. Check the height of your bucket before you start the job. Always wear a safety harness that is clipped into the lift. On December 19, 2025, just after 10:15 p.m., a man called 911 to report that his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend was attempting to break into her home on Chile Avenue and might be armed. Officers responding to the call approached 38-year-old Eric Davis near the side of the house.
Drop the weapon now! I'm gonna tase you! Drop the weapon!
Drop the weapon!
Back up now!
Drop it!
Move back!
I'm gonna take him. Back up. Don't shoot him, my son!
Move back! Move back!
Drop now!
I got one more second to my location.
No.
Drop the weapon! Move back!
Did you call?
Can I get one more sector here? One
Drop
on
it
board.
now!
Drop the weapon! No! Drop it! Drop the weapon now!
Drop it! Sir!
Drop the weapon now! What? Step up! Reyes, come! Reyes, come this way! I'm gonna shoot him.
Go! I told you to back up. Back up now.
Back up now! Now you are making the problem no buckle. Ma'am, you have to move back. Hey, stop! Stop! Sir, go over there. Go.
Drop it! Drop it now! Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! Sir, back up! Drop it! Drop it now!
Drop the weapon!
Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up now! Back up now! Back up! Drop it! Drop it! Back up! I'm gonna tase him! Back up! Back up! One boy! Drop! No! Drop! No! Did you call? Can I get one more second? Drop it now! Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! Sir, let go of it! Let go of it! Drop it! Drop it!
I'm gonna shoot him.
No! Look at that. I told you to back up. Tell you to back up now.
Now you are making the problem no buckle.
Hey, stop! Stop! Stop! Back up! Stop fire! Stop fire! Stop fire!
Hardly any pieces of found footage carry the same level of cryptic dread and visceral discomfort as the cult underground tape titled Grave Robbing for Morons. Spanning a duration of over 25 minutes, the grainy footage depicts a youthful male, estimated to be in his late teens or perhaps his early 20s, offering a nonchalant step-by-step tutorial on the macabre art of desecrating burial sites. Identifying himself simply as Anthony, the protagonist casually handles what looks to be a genuine human cranium throughout the presentation. This disturbing artifact has drifted through the digital ether for several decades. It first haunted the corners of primitive internet message boards before eventually finding a wider, morbidly curious audience on YouTube. Despite its notoriety, investigators have failed to confirm the actual identity of the filmmaker, whether the grisly contents are legitimate or staged, the fundamental motivation behind producing such a recording. For a 5-year period following its initial digital servicing, the tape remained largely obscure. Its journey into the mainstream of internet subculture began when a creator named Simon Pred uploaded segments of the footage. However, widespread public fascination didn't truly ignite until approximately 2 years later, when horror-centric websites began analyzing the clip. For archival enthusiasts, a version of the footage was preserved on the Internet Archive as recently as May 2017. While a definitive wrap date for the production remains elusive, circumstantial evidence points toward the late 1980s or the dawn of the 1990s. This estimation is supported by a few key visual clues. Early in the recording, a VHS copy of the horror classic Evil Dead 2 is visible on the table. Given that this film wasn't distributed on home video until 1987, the tape could not have been filmed prior to that year. The interior decor and general visual fidelity are perfectly consistent with the aesthetic of that era. One of the most persistent theories links the video to the dark legacy of Ricky Casso, a notorious Long Island teenager. In 1984, Casso gained infamy for murdering his peer Gary Lowers during what was described as a satanic ritual. Casso had a documented history of grave desecration in Northport between 1983 and 1984. Intriguingly, Anthony claims in the video that a specific shop in Greenwich Village pays a bounty of $500 for human skulls, a specific detail that also appears in a fictionalized account of Casso's life. Researcher Jesse Pollock posits that the video might have been created by a fan or observer who was influenced by that specific book. Another name frequently surfaced is Anthony Casamasima, a man apprehended for grave-related crimes in the late 1990s. The theory gained traction because the host of the video begins to say a surname before abruptly cutting himself off. However, the math doesn't quite add up. Age gap. Casamasima was in his 40s at the time of his arrest. If the video was shot in 1990, he would have been in his 30s, significantly older than the boyish figure on the screen. Casamasima was primarily focused on rescuing sculptures and artwork from mausoleums to prevent vandalism rather than the harvesting of biological remains discussed in the video. Even after 3 decades, the veil of secrecy remains intact. Some speculate that the entire production was a masterclass in misdirection, with the name, the mentioned locations, and even the host's distinct speech impediment serving as deliberate red herrings to shield the creators from legal repercussions. If the video was indeed a calculated hoax or a meticulously hidden crime, it succeeded brilliantly. Until a concrete breakthrough occurs, it remains one of the internet's most haunting and unexplained relics. In this video, you can see a restricted zone marked with safety tape. The area is also lined with cones to keep people away from the danger. Initially, the scene is quiet and nobody is near the line. Then a person decides to ignore every single warning sign. They step over the tape and walk onto thin metal sheets. The metal is only there to cover a deep hole in the floor. The surface gives way with a quick snap and the person disappears. I feel terrible for them. But they chose to walk into a clear trap. Never ignore safety tape or warning cones at a site. Assume that any covered area is a hole until proven otherwise. The person was lucky if they were not severely wounded by the fall. They could have been struck by the jagged edges of the metal. On December 19, 2025, just after 10:15 p.m., a man called 911 to report that his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend was attempting to break into her home on Chile Avenue and might be armed. Officers responding to the call approached 38-year-old Eric Davis near the side of the house. Without warning, Davis pulled out a handgun and fired at least 6 rounds, striking both officers. Davis then fled toward the rear yards as chaos erupted.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the back entrance. Hey, you got some... Open in the front.
Yeah, I'm talking to her up front with the car that came in. This was on the west side of the house last seen. I don't see anything now.
Hello? You good?
Yeah, he's right here.
Watch out.
In the confusion, the 911 caller drew his legally registered handgun and fired 6 rounds in the direction of what he believed was a threat. One officer returned fire with 3 rounds, while the other fired 6. The 911 caller was struck at least twice, including 1 confirmed round fired from an officer's handgun.
From Charlie, you there? Turn around.
Channel BJLA.
I'm shot! I'm shot! I'm shot! I'm shot!
Hey, man. Yep, we got someone back there. Here, hold up. Is he still here?
He was at the side of the window.
The side of the window over here? In the front. Yeah, I'm talking to her up front with the car that came in. Guess he was on the west side of the house last seen. I don't see anything now. Yeah, he's right here. What you doing? What you doing? I'm talking. Person Charlie, you there? Negative. Here, turn around. For what?
Despite suffering severe injuries, one of the wounded officers was able to relay critical suspect information while being rushed to the hospital in the back of a patrol car. Responding officers soon located Davis near the intersection of Barnett Boulevard and Thurston Road. When Officer 3 attempted to stop him, Davis immediately opened fire again, striking the officer in the upper body. Even while wounded, the officer returned fire. A 4th officer arrived moments later and also engaged Davis. One officer fired from behind a tree as bullets tore into the trunk from Davis's gunfire.
Blocking off traffic. Hey man, stop for a second. Stop for a second. Show me your hands. What you want? My child light. Come here. We're at Thurston right now. I'm shot. He's got a gun. He's going. West. I need an ambulance. Give me the car! Give me the car! Suspect down. I'm holding at least. Help me! Someone get the suspect down right now. Please slow it down. Slow it down. I'm shot. He's got a gun. He's going. I need an ambulance. Get on the fucking ground! Get on the fucking ground!
Suspect's down. I'm holding at lethal. Someone get suspects down right now.
Please slow it down. Slow it down. Give us a direction to come in. So there isn't a crossfire.
You okay? Suspect! You're all the way to the fucking gun now! Hold on. Are you good? You good?
I'm good. Not good.
Myself and
Davis was shot and killed at the scene. Investigators later determined that on Thurston Road, Davis fired at least 8 rounds at officers. Officer 3 returned fire with 7 rounds and Officer 4 fired 4. All 3 injured officers were transported to Strong Memorial Hospital. The first officer was released the following day but continues to receive medical treatment. The second officer remains hospitalized with serious injuries. The third officer was discharged on December 24 and is recovering at home. The 911 caller, who was also wounded, has since been released. This next clip takes us to the city of Santana do Livramento in Brazil. A massive fire broke out at a local supermarket on December 31st, 2025. In this video, you can see a team of firefighters approaching the burning building. They were trying to find a way inside to put out the flames. Initially, the situation looked like a standard structural fire.
Explodiu, pessoal! Explodiu, pessoal! Socorro! Puta merda! Explodiu, pessoal! Meu coração! Ai, meu Deus! Por que eu tava aqui? Eu vou embora! Socorro!
Suddenly, a terrifying backdraft occurs as the crew opens the door. This is a violent explosion caused by a sudden rush of oxygen into pressurized space. The blast was incredibly quick and threw the first responders backward. I feel terrible for these brave people who are just trying to protect their community. It is frightening how a fire can hide such a deadly trap behind a closed door. The force of the explosion left 17 people wounded. The victims included 13 firefighters and 4 civilians. 5 people are still in the hospital recovering from their injuries. 2 of the firefighters are in critical condition and had to be moved to intensive care. I hope they're able to make a swift recovery after such a traumatic event. Thanks for watching. Stay vigilant, friends.